late start in an effort to make sure that we hear from residents on issues. We're clearly affording the opportunity to do it online, substituting for others online. People are here, and we just want to make sure we get it straight. And even with all that said, I'll probably still make some mistakes up here, so be patient with me as we get started. Welcome to our meeting. It's good to have everybody here. Lots of folks probably watching and checking us out. Also, just wanted to take the opportunity, in case you didn't get a chance to see our last commission meeting, we had a Memorial Day proclamation, and one of the gentlemen who was here was rather emotional, just about the idea that that we all just remember Memorial Day, what it really means and what it signified. And so I just wanted to take a minute to also remember a day that passed a couple of days ago, D-Day. And it's obviously a big day in the history of this country, June 6, 1944. Just a simple, Allied forces invaded France by means of beach landings on Normandy. And if you had a chance to see the history and what was put together to pull that off in secrecy and how that started to turn the tide, at least in the European theater, it was a huge turning point, and a lot of our men and women died that day, securing freedoms for us for decades to come. So I didn't want that day to go by. I didn't bring that up at the Memorial Day proclamation. So just as a moment to remember in our history. So, and with that, I'm going to ask Pastor William Sherman from Mount Carmel Baptist Church in Clearwater if he will give us the invocation, and then Commissioner Gerard will lead us in the pledge. Pastor, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before I begin my prayer, I want to register my personal thanks and appreciation to you for this opportunity to give the invocation. Let us bow our heads in prayer. O God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. This is the day you have made. Help us to rejoice and be glad in it. We say thank you, Lord. We seize this moment to acknowledge your sovereignty, that you are the ruler of all your creation. It is you who have made us and not we ourselves. You are our keeper, and we say thank you, Lord. We offer thanksgiving for the abundance of your grace and mercy toward us as a people, as a community, especially in Pinellas County. Against the evil of the pandemic, you have spared our lives. And our hearts are grateful. We know it is only by you we have made it this far. And so we commit ourselves to your care. Guide and lead us, O God, to your glory. I do invoke your presence in this Board of Commission meeting. I ask, O God, that you guide the deliberations, that all that is said and done today will be guided by your wisdom, your understanding, and the ultimate good will be to your glory and for the betterment of this county. Erase from the hearts of the decision makers everything selfish, everything unlike you, Lord, so that when all is said and done, the honor and glory will redound to your holy name. This is your servant's prayer. I ask this in the matchless name of Jesus, and all God's people say amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Sherman, thank you. That's always a wonderful way to start our meeting, so appreciate your being here this morning. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
We have two proclamations, or two presentations, if you will, this morning. The first, a couple of the folks aren't here yet, so we're just going to give them just a few more minutes to arrive. And so with that said, I hope I'm not throwing too many curveballs here at Kathy Perkins, who is our Director of Emergency Management. She's going to come forward and give us a presentation as to hurricane season kickoff. And as all of us know here, and many of you know out there, she has had a busy, busy year. We are very grateful for her and her team and what she has brought to this county. During the pandemic, she was a key piece as our county tried to do our best to respond to our citizens' needs. And I just wanted to thank you, Kathy, again for that. But we're here today to talk about the hurricane season, so I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think curveball is my middle name. So good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me out here today to take the opportunity to share with you not only what we've been doing at the county level internally with our departments and with our partners, but also an opportunity for us to remind the community of what they need to do to prepare for hurricane season. We have been conducting meetings with partners to really discuss our capabilities. And one of the silver linings that came out of COVID, yes, there were some silver linings, was the amount of partnership, collaboration, and work that everybody in the community from every level did together. And that's really what emergency management is all about, is having all partners at the table to help us when the community needs it. We've been providing Web EOC training, damage assessment training, and we'll be doing shelter training for personnel June 16th and 17th. We've met with our nursing homes and our long-term care facilities. As you know, they were very challenged during COVID. We want to make sure that they have their plans in place. We've also been reaching out to them to see if they have additional needs for PPE so we can ensure that they're ready for the season, and heaven forbid if they do continue to have COVID cases in their facilities. We've also met with our dialysis providers. It's very important that we make sure that all of our providers that take care of our vulnerable populations are ready for the season. We've created branches within the EOC to help us collaborate and coordinate. So we have a human services branch, an infrastructure branch, public safety branch, and a recovery branch. We understand that we need to start talking about recovery early on, especially when we're faced with potentially a catastrophic disaster. We have to start thinking about what we're going to do for the long term to be able to help people in the community. We've been able to expand our deployable communications capability with radio, satellite, and we even have our own cellular tower now. We're one of only 2 EOCs in the state of Florida to be able to have that capacity. Yes, our private providers have it, but isn't it great for us to have it in our own EOC that we can deploy anywhere in the county as needed? We've been doing inventory and replenishing our hurricane kits and helping to make sure that we get PPE out to all of our partners. We've updated our county comprehensive emergency management plan. We're required to do this every 4 years. Once the state has reviewed it and given us their approval, we will submit it to the board for your review and adoption. We've been working with the state on a new hurricane evacuation study to be able to look at our clearance times to better understand how long it may take to get people out of harm's way. And we've been continuing with our GIS analysis for directional storms to see if we can reduce the number of people who do need to evacuate for each storm. So one of the exciting things that we have this year is we have a full guide in Vietnamese. So I've placed on your tables in front of you a copy of each of our English, Spanish, and our Vietnamese guides. We never want language to be a barrier to any of our community members to be able to get emergency preparedness information. We're very excited about that. The English and the Spanish versions are also currently online, and we're working on getting the Vietnamese one up as soon as possible. Some of the things that we added to the guide, and some of this was based upon the experiences that we learned last year as Tropical Storm Eta affected us, is we wanted to expand a section on insurance to help people understand what insurance covers and what it doesn't. It's very important that people look at their insurance policies as part of their preparedness. It helps you with their financial mitigation. We added a section on how to prepare your home, the ABCs, anchor, brace, and cover and strap. We added a section on mitigation, trying to encourage and help homeowners to understand what they might be able to do to fortify their own homes to reduce the damages they may have. We've also wanted to talk about flood insurance policies because not everybody understands that homeowners insurance and flood insurance policies are separate. And I know Lisa Foster is a tremendous advocate for that and talking to the community and helping them prepare. And we've also included opportunities for those community members that have the ability to join us at the table and help us with disaster response into the guide as well. So some of the key critical things that people asked us about last year and then for this year is what are we doing with sheltering? Yes, we understand that vaccinations are available now, but we are still going to implement our social distancing. We will recommend that people come to if they need to come to shelters, they do wear masks. We will have the PPE, the hand sanitizer, the extra cleaning processes in place for this season. We just don't know where coronavirus will be in a couple of months. We hope it continues to dwindle, but we also know that there are people in our community that the vaccine is not available to them yet, and there are also persons that may be immunocompromised that may have gotten the vaccine but are not benefiting fully from the immunization. We'll continue to look at reducing the number of people that we have to evacuate. That's part of our directional storm analysis. And then real time, we'll have posted on our website which shelters are open for each event. And I want everybody to understand that not every shelter will open every time. We base that upon what we expect the demand for shelters to be. So I want to talk a little bit about by the numbers, because one of the questions that I get a lot is everybody wants to ask me, what is this year's forecast? What is it going to look like? And I always say it doesn't matter. What matters is the one storm that impacts you, or heaven forbid, the 2 or the 3 storms as we've seen in some seasons. Last year was the busiest storm in the history of record keeping for hurricanes. Over 170 years. It had 30 named storms, 14 hurricanes, 7 major, and 11 U.S. landfalls. The one that mattered to us was the one that hit Pinellas County, late in the season, too. And on the right, you can see, you can imagine the palpitations we have in emergency management when we look at the forecast from September 14th and 15th, 2020, when you had all those active storms out there at the same time, and just wondering if any of them were going to come to us or more than one of them would come to us. But again, I want people to focus not on how many storms are forecast, but as the storms come out, the ones that we're watching. We are currently watching a system that's just off the coast of Costa Rica. The expectation is that it will move to the northwest, so hopefully it will be a non-event for us. So Tropical Storm Eta, as I said, happened in November, and this storm meandered all over the Caribbean before it decided to come to us here in Pinellas County. And one of the things that was very challenging is we were in the cone, we were out of the cone. We can't just look at the cone. We have to look at where we think the impacts are for the storm. We look at the wind fields. We have a lot of considerations. We're going to look at the rainfall. We have to look at what the storm surge could be, even high tide. The day before this storm hit, if you'll recall, the National Hurricane Center, the state of Florida, the National Weather Service said we were probably out of the clear. Within an hour and a half, they called us back and said, oops, the hurricane hunters have now found the eye of the storm, and they moved it 150 miles to the east, putting us in the bullseye. So in a matter of an hour and a half, we went from potentially, standing down to then ramping back up. And this is why preparedness is so important. It's important for people to take the steps that we ask them to do every year. We had 20 homes, at least 20 homes destroyed, and 36 homes that reported major damages. We did not get the federal declaration. Federal declarations are not going to happen every time because we did not have the level of damages that were needed to be able to achieve that. We were able to get SBA loans, and we had about $1.1 million approved to help the homeowners that were affected. Again, federal disaster individual assistance is not going to make people home, and this is why we really want to talk about that insurance component. We need people to understand what they can do to protect themselves financially. Your average payout from FEMA for individual assistance is only like $5,000 or $6,000. It's not enough money to make somebody whole after a disaster. So the better we can be prepared up front, the better we'll be in the aftermath. And really, the story behind this is that there is risk to every event. And, you know, I hear a lot of people that say, oh, I've lived here all my life. We've never had a storm like this. What was interesting with this storm is we had people that the flooding for this particular storm was different. It came into a different area than historically where we've had it. And this is why it's so important to pay attention to every single storm. It's so important for everybody to understand your risk. Do you live in a mobile home that's vulnerable to winds? Are you electric dependent? Do you live in a low-lying area? Are you in these coastal areas? You live in an old home that's slab on grade that's very vulnerable to storm surge. So we've been very busy this year. Luckily, we've been able to actually get back out into the community to do some of our hurricane preparedness sessions. We created over 1,000 hygiene kits. We had a big St. Pete event on May 21st. We reached over 350 households. This in June, we'll be going out to mobile home parks on Thursdays. We're going to go out to a number of our smaller mobile home parks to take the hygiene kits and also our hurricane preparedness guides. Again, really trying to reach those more vulnerable, at-risk communities. We actually have a day where we're scheduled to go in to some Spanish-speaking areas with partnerships with the Salvation Army, Juvenile Welfare Board, and Communications. And Oldsmar will be hosting an expo on July 12th and 13th. So we'll continue to do our outreach presentations in the community. And commissioners, if you have areas within your districts that have interest in presentations, please let us know. We want to make sure that we're reaching all of our communities. For this year, for the third year in a row, we've done a special campaign with our mobile home parks. We've done these door hangers where we take them out to all of the communities, really focusing on tornado warnings and then also preparedness for hurricanes and tropical storms. We want to do everything we can to help all of those populations get ready. And then the other thing that we have this year that's new is the pledge to plan. And I'm going to challenge all the commissioners to see which commission district can get the most people or businesses within their district to take this pledge to plan. It's a simple online pledge. The website is in the packet, and we also have a QR code that they can scan. It's basically just getting people to say, I will make a pledge, I will be prepared. So whether it's a faith-based group, a business, homeowners, or just individuals. So we'll tally up those numbers and see how each commission district is doing. And then finally, there's three messages, and our three messages remain the same every year. Know your risk. Right. Do you live in an area that's vulnerable to flooding? Do you live in an area that's vulnerable to storm surge? Do you live in a mobile home or a manufactured home that's very vulnerable to winds? Do you have special needs or medical needs, or you rely on medical equipment and electricity so we can make sure that we have plans for you? You can sign up for our special needs registry in advance. That second tenet, make a plan. So you need to make a plan as to whether or not you're able to shelter in place or if you have to evacuate. If you're going to evacuate, where are you going to go? Making sure you have all the supplies that you need, and hopefully our residents were able to take advantage of the recent tax holiday that we had. And the third thing is really to stay informed. We saw that last year, right? In a matter of an hour and a half, we went from people saying, whew, we're done, we're out, to, oh my goodness, now we're going to be ground zero. It's really important to stay informed, and you can do that by signing up for Alert Pinellas. We'll actually send you alerts to your phone. I know it gets to be a lot with watching the news and monitoring the National Hurricane Center, so we'll just send information right to people to let them know what's going on. And then the fourth thing, if people are able to have those first three things in place, and they can do just a little bit more to get involved. We've been working a lot with our faith-based organizations, a lot with our community providers to try to get more people involved. This year, we're opening up VIP, so the Volunteers in Pinellas, for disasters. We know that we have a lot of tremendous volunteers in our community, so we want to see if any of them are able to help us out during disasters as well. So our website is up there. We have information online, and we have the guides available in the community for people. So thank you, commissioners, for your time this morning.
Kathy, thank you for that presentation. Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Good morning. Not a question, but a comment. First, thank you. this will be my first opportunity going through this with you all. So I'm interested, in seeing what all happens. But just a comment or a question. I noticed when we had our last event that was very unexpected, I volunteered at Gibbs High School for one of the shelters. And we had some of the senior ALF homes that brought some of their residents to us, and they came unprepared. Some of them came with just their walker or whatnot, and of course, we provided them with whatever we needed. Do you all coordinate with those facilities to maybe make sure that they're coordinating with their residents' families, that if that is an option, so that they can be more comfortable to do that? Because it was, I mean, that's nothing you could control, but it was kind of sad to see some of those seniors being dropped off and not really having comfort versus somebody, maybe my age, that I can sit on some bleachers or lay on the floor. But, for our seniors, they need a little bit more comfort level, but those facilities just didn't bring them prepared.
Yeah, by Florida statute, all of our nursing homes and assisted living facilities are required to maintain a comprehensive emergency management plan. They are required to have supplies and plans in place. They need to have transportation. They need to have an alternate location for them to go to. Unfortunately, unless we hear about it during the event, it's hard for us to follow up and then report that to ACA. There are a lot of people in our community that also receive home health. We do have the special needs shelters available that do have a higher level of care. The health department does staff them. We do have some additional medical equipment that we can bring in. So if we know of people in advance in the community that may need that support, we recommend that they sign up for the special needs registry. We can help them with transportation if needed, and get them into those particular shelters. And we'll work with, we're doing the shelter training this year. We want to make sure that if shelter managers or anybody working in the shelter sees like a busload or a group of people coming in like that, we try to figure out where they're coming from. And then if we have time to move them before the storm, we'll move them to a special needs shelter that has more provisions in place.
Okay, thank you. And I would love to participate in that challenge, but for single-member district versus countywide, the numbers are not in my favor. So I just...
We'll see, Commissioner. Maybe you can show them.
Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, Kathy, but I did want to not let the opportunity to go by to just thank you so much for your due diligence and your reports to us every week when we were having our leadership conference calls. I just found it so helpful in responding to our constituents. So thank you, and thank you for being a dedicated public servant like you are. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And everyone else on your team that contributes as well.
The team is amazing. I'm surprised they're still standing. And they, even though we've demobilized the vaccine and the immunization sites, we're continuing to work on the warehouse and the back end, just to make sure that we have everything ready. So, and they've jumped right into with the planning, training, and exercises. So yeah, they are absolutely incredible. Very blessed with that team.
Anybody else? Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying that a lot of our employees worked hard all this past year helping out with different aspects. And I know that Barry's going to have a full presentation and a little teaser today for us about the next meeting. It might be a good time to just go ahead and make that comment now, Barry.
Sure, Commissioners. So today we're talking about hurricanes. But the team they've not missed a beat and really didn't have a chance to kind of breathe from moving from kind of coming out of the pandemic into hurricane preparation and all the things they're talking about. They had to really pull double and triple duty this year because you had to plan, you had to look at the sheltering issues. We still have staffing issues. We've got a number of seniors that still aren't comfortable helping to volunteer staffing our shelters. So we need kind of an all hands on deck. We've reached out to municipalities. We're working with our constitutional officer and others to get everybody that can participate to help out during those critical times. So I know everything that she's working on. We're gonna be receiving an award coming up in 2 weeks, and so we'll unveil that. But we're going to put together a video because the award kind of recognizes the leadership, but it recognizes the team. And without, any link broken, it wouldn't have worked the way it did. And Kathy was right there at the helm steering that and really pulling that together. I was amazed. We're trying to figure out what to do with PPE right now because they got over 9.5 million pieces of PPE running multiple warehouses. You couldn't have predicted we'd be doing that 16 months ago, and so now they've got a whole different, supply chain issue that they're working on. But they're doing that in addition to so many other things. And so, I thank you for saying that, but I can't say enough good things about Kathy and her team and all they've done to try to not only come out of a pandemic, but prepare for another hurricane season. So, more to come.
We hope to keep it quiet.
Thank you. And just for folks who may be watching, and I want to thank the marketing team as well, communications, for these preparedness guides. It says Hurricane Preparedness Guide on it, and in Spanish it says Guía de Preparación para Huracanes. So that's in Spanish. I won't try to say the Vietnamese one, but there's one here in Vietnamese as well. And you can go online for the English and Spanish version. I guess they're still working on the Vietnamese version, but they're ready to go. So folks, get your preparation guide. And again, thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have one proclamation. I'm going to come around there and do that proclamation from up there. The calf, did you leave is this yours? They want you to, you'll be panicked about that.
You're in charge now, Commissioner.
There you go. Okay. All right, this is our Pride Month proclamation, and I'd like to have Jeffrey Lorick, Director of Office of Human Rights, come up, please, and Todd Richardson, St. Petersburg Development Officer with Equality Florida Action, Inc., and Nathan Brummer, the Board President of St. Pete Pride, to all come on up here. Good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you. Welcome. I'm just going to read the proclamation. We've got one for each of you. We'll take a picture, and then I'll turn the microphone over to you guys. Okay. Many of the residents, business owners, and employees of county government within Pinellas County who contribute to the enrichment of our community are part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community. In the movement for full civil rights under law for LGBTQ community, a monumental turning point occurred in June 28, 1969, in New York City with the occurrence of the Stonewall riots. In the 52 years since, LGBTQ celebrations have taken place across the United States in June to commemorate this historic event. Every June, the St. Pete Pride Parade and Festival, the largest pride event in Florida and one of the most celebrated in the world, with over 250,000 attendees normally, takes place in Pinellas County. The Board of County Commissioners is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, equity, and security for all communities within Pinellas County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that June 2021 be recognized as Pride Month. If you all can welcome them with an applause, that would be great. Right over here, and take a picture. Here. And there's the picture taker, straight ahead. The microphone is your all's.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Lorick, the Director of Pinellas County Office of Human Rights. I certainly want to thank this body for recognizing that Pinellas County is an inclusive community and recognizing this very important day by this proclamation. Also, the Office of Human Rights wants this community to know that we stand ready to take any complaints of discrimination around gender identity, sexual orientation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Todd Richardson, and I'm the Pinellas County Development Director for Equality Florida. Thank you so much for always being so inclusive in your message to everyone. We know that tourism is our #1 industry, and we want Pinellas County to be viewed as a place where all is welcome. Inclusion and diversity is something that we strive for, and you've always done such a great job of sending out that message. I've been with Equality Florida now for 10 years, and for the 10 years I've been coming, I've been doing this once a year, and you're always there for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for recognizing this year. As a Tampa Bay native, this has a lot of very special meaning for me. I also want to thank the board for its support of our efforts as a community, which it takes to celebrate Pride. This year would not be possible without our partnership with Visit St. Pete Clearwater and the community working collectively. As a nonprofit, not having Pride since 2019 was certainly significant and missed, and the community's ready to celebrate. Now, while this year looks a little different, you know we're celebrating Pride Fest all month with 4 festivals, still with limited attendance. We're really excited to bring it back. And if you don't know, next year is our 20th anniversary. So all the celebrations will be back next year, and you are always, of course, all welcome. From the community and the board and the hundreds of volunteers that are helping to make this possible, thank you all very much. Happy Pride.
And Commissioners, while Jeffrey's here, I did want to recognize that he is the new director of our Human Rights Department. So congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Started with our public hearing, and we starting with our, obviously our work under the Countywide Planning Authority, and I'll turn it to Jeanette for her comments.
Good morning. Item number 3 is case number CW 20-16 and is a proposal by the City of St. Petersburg to amend the countywide plan map from public, semi-public, and residential low-medium to residential medium and residential low-medium regarding 4.37 acres, more or less, located at 635 64th Street South in St. Petersburg. The public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 30 letters, 6 voicemails, and 256 postcards in opposition to the application have been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you, Jeanette. Barry, we're going to start with a presentation from staff.
So at this time, Rodney Chapman can come forward with Forward Pinellas and offer the staff presentation.
Morning, Rodney. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, Rodney Chapman, Planning Division Manager with Forward Pinellas. Before we get started, I want to just remind you of a couple of things because this role is slightly different than what you're typically used to as the County Commission. This morning, you'll be acting in your role as the Countywide Planning Authority, and you're rendering decisions on an amendment to the Countywide Plan map, as requested by the City of St. Petersburg. You're not approving the project per se, whether you're acting on the amendment to the Countywide Plan map. That, if approved, will send this amendment back to the St. Petersburg City Council for final action in the coming weeks. Again, these decisions are a bit different than your typical role in that the City of St. Petersburg is actually the applicant and not the developer. And the review is narrowly focused on what we call countywide considerations, and I'll review those in my remarks in a few minutes. I'd also like to note that although there's been discussion about affordable housing, that is not under the purview of the CPA. The countywide rules allow for local governments to establish affordable housing bonus density programs, and those programs are administered at the local level, which allow for cities to award bonus units for things like affordable housing. Lastly, I would note that there was a legal challenge filed by an opposition group, PGSP Neighbors United. They appealed the Department of Economic Opportunities review of a small-scale map amendment that the city of St. Petersburg submitted. They claimed that the city acted in violation of a comprehensive plan, and there was an administrative hearing to that effect. The administrative law judge found that the city, however, was in compliance with its comprehensive plan and issued a final order on April 1st, 2021. So with that, I will begin my remarks. Again, the city of St. Petersburg is the applicant in this case, and they're seeking to amend the designation of a property from public, semi-public, and residential low medium to residential medium and residential low medium. This action is to allow for a property to be redeveloped from a church to apartments. The property is located at 635 64th Street South. It's a little over 4 acres. Again, the existing use is a church, and the uses that surround the subject property are a mix of residential uses, including a mobile home park to the south. This is the image of the church looking from the front. This is an image of the residential neighborhood to the east of the subject property. And this is an image of the mobile home park to the south of the subject property. Again, since you're acting on the change to the countywide plan map, this slide shows you the current designation of public, semi-public in blue. And you see the uses in the upper table, and then the density, for example, on the bottom table. So for this category of public, semi-public, the density is 12.5 units per acre. A portion of the property to the northwest, a small piece, is also designated residential low medium. And you see the uses available to that category, as well as a density standard of 10 units per acre. The request, again, is to change the colors on the map from public, semi-public to residential medium. You see the available uses that are allowed, as well as the density standard of 15 units per acre. And again, a portion of the property that runs to the north, along the northern edge of the property, is proposed to be amended to residential low medium, and again, with that same 10 units per acre standard. One of the countywide considerations that we look at when evaluating these types of requests is any impacts on what is designated as the coastal high hazard area. And as you can see, there's about 0.22 acres of property, again, on that northern edge that falls under the CHHA designation. That area actually follows the boundaries of Bear Creek, which flows from Bogosiga Bay and terminates to the east of the subject property at Bear Creek Park. It's important to note that this amendment area is proposed to go to residential low medium, which actually reduces the density along that northern edge from 12.5 units per acre down to 10 units per acre. So in effect, it actually lessens the impact on the CHHA with this proposed amendment. And then finally, our staff has determined that this amendment is appropriate for its intended purpose. It's consistent with the locational characteristics of the residential medium and residential low medium categories. We have also looked at the other countywide considerations, and on balance feel that this amendment is appropriate given those standards. This slide is a summary again of those relevant countywide considerations. Again, those 7 being consistency with countywide rules. Does it impact in a deficient roadway? In terms of level of service, does it impact the scenic non-commercial corridor? Coastal high hazard area considerations, does it involve any impacts to activity centers or multimodal corridors? Does it impact an adjacent jurisdiction or a public school? In this case, the subject property is adjacent to unincorporated Pinellas County as well as the city of Gulfport. And our staff did reach out to our counterparts with those jurisdictions, and they did not find any issues with the amendment. We also have a member of the Pinellas County School District on our Planners Advisory Committee, and he did not identify any concerns with this amendment as well. And then lastly, this amendment does not impact any reservation of industrial land. And I won't reiterate the comments from the clerk, but you did get a summary of those public comments that have been received on this case.
Okay.
And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we don't do anything, or if the city doesn't do any changes to land use or zoning or anything like that, and the property owner decides to put in residential, how many units can they put in today?
There is a discrepancy between the existing land use that the city has and what we have at the countywide level. Our public, semi-public category is more broad, again, as an incentive to encourage mix of uses. So we allow residential in our public, semi-public category, but the local plan category from the city of St. Pete does not, and that category is institutional.
All right, so help me understand what, under the county, if they were going under the county, they would be able to do residential, but under the current city use or the city zoning?
The city future land use, yes.
Okay. All right, so under the, if the city guidelines matched up with the county guidelines, how many units would we allow currently?
About 54 units.
Okay, all right. And then if the county, if we approve this change today, what are the steps in the process before any dirt was turned?
Then the case goes back to the St. Pete City Council for final action on the zoning, the future land use ordinance, as well as any other provisions related to affordable housing or other considerations. We have the St. Pete's staff here today to answer any more detailed questions about their follow-on process.
And what would we allow, again, I'm just trying to understand the process probably more than anything. What would we allow as far as height in a residential area?
The countywide rules don't address height. The countywide rules only address uses, densities, and intensities.
All right. Thank you.
And same to that question he asked about currently, that if the city's zone, if they matched up with
Right.
us, their flume matched up with us, even with the designation that we have, 54 units could be built there.
Yes.
With the change that they're asking, how many units could be built there?
About 65.
65 units. So, okay, so an additional 9
or 10.
10 or 11 units from this action. Okay. Are there any other questions for Rodney? Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have misheard what you said when you were answering Commissioner Justice's question when he asked about zoning, what would be allowed there or permissible use if the church
Sure.
were to do something. Did I hear you say mixed use?
No, what I was saying was there isn't complete consistency with a local plan category and a countywide plan category. So our categories at the countywide level are more broad, and we allow local governments to be more restrictive. So we could allow a whole host of uses at the countywide level, but actually at the local level, they can constrain those uses and not allow every use that we allow at the countywide level.
Or they could acquiesce to the county?
Yes.
Okay, which would presumably be an even greater project.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rodney. And City of St. Petersburg.
Good morning. My name is Derek Kilborn, manager for the City of St. Petersburg's Urban Planning and Historic Preservation Division. I'd like to start by thanking both Nisheen Raman and Rodney Chapman and the entire Ford Pinellas staff who have helped us as we go through this application process. With me this morning is also Heather Judd, who is the city's assistant city attorney. And also on virtual, we have the director of our planning department, Elizabeth Abernethy, and our transportation planner, Tom Whalen, if there are questions. For us, this process started as a private initiated application with the city's Community Planning and Preservation Commission, who initially voted to deny the request. The application was subsequently appealed to our city council, and the city council unanimously approved it on August 13th of 2020. Shortly afterwards, on September 14th, opponents organized as PGSP Neighbors United filed a petition with the State Division of Administrative Hearings, or DOA, challenging the city's decision. Although the Planners Advisory Committee unanimously recommended approval of this application on October 5th, 2020, city staff requested that the application be rescheduled until the DOA process could be completed. A disputed fact evidentiary hearing was conducted in Tallahassee on November 17th and 18th of 2020. I participated in those hearings along with the city attorney and the director of our department and transportation planner. On March 3rd of this year, the administrative law judge published her recommended order finding that the city's decision was in compliance with our comprehensive plan. On April 1st of this year, the Department of Economic Opportunity published its final order, similarly finding that the city's decision was again in compliance with our comprehensive plan. The recommended and final order have established that the city's analysis and vote to approve the application were in compliance with our comprehensive plan. Therefore, the scope of your review this morning is limited to the proposed map amendment within the countywide rules and map. To do that, we start with the relevant countywide considerations. Rodney went through the list. He showed you a slide with the criteria, and I know that you have that in your report. But I'd like to focus on the two that are applicable. The first is consistency with the countywide rules. According to the countywide rules, the residential medium category is described as intended to depict those areas of the county that are now developed or appropriate to be developed in a medium density residential manner, and to recognize such areas as primarily well-suited for residential uses that are consistent with the urban qualities, transportation facilities, including transit and natural resources of the area. So to address that description, we look at the uses. Starting with the land use, the proximity of other residential medium and even multimodal corridor within 1,000 feet of the subject property makes this request reasonable and, more importantly for today's discussion, consistent with the countywide rules. You may have read, and I expect that you'll hear today in public comments, that 64th Street South does not have a dedicated bus line. For now, that is correct. However, 64th Street South is classified as a future major street in the city's comprehensive plan, meaning it will receive and has received improvements in targeted infrastructure investments such as existing signalized intersections to the north and south and dedicated bike lanes. PSTA also runs dedicated response transportation, meaning they have private partners for last mile delivery of customers. The Pinellas Trail is only 1,000 feet to the north, and the future PSTA bus rapid transit loop is less than a half mile away to the north. Other criteria include traffic impacts. That is not applicable here because the rated level of service for those roadways meets the requirements of the countywide rules. It is not located on a scenic, non-commercial corridor. It is not within an activity center or multimodal corridor plan category. It is not adjacent to a public education facility, and it is not part of any reservation of industrial land, meaning there is no request to convert employment, industrial, or target employment center area. The only other criterion relates to coastal high hazard area. There is some coastal high hazard area land on the subject property and part of this application. That land has been requested to be essentially down categoried to RLM, which will reduce the development potential on that portion of the site. That request, again, makes it consistent with the countywide plan rules. Finally, the scope of your review also does not include site plan review and mitigation for concerns relating to site and building design and orientation. However, for anybody who is watching, the any site plan proposal in the city of St. Petersburg exceeding 60 units total is required to go through our site plan review process and will receive a public hearing through our Development Review Commission. Those public hearings are posted and mail noticed. So there would be a separate public hearing review process for any site plan proposal. In closing, our analysis has now been independently affirmed by the administrative law judge, by the Department of Economic Opportunity, the Planners Advisory Committee, the Ford Pinellas staff and board. Furthermore, the materials that were presented to you as part of this review today note that municipal staff representing unincorporated Pinellas County and the city of Gulfport have also reviewed the application and had no issues with the proposed map amendment. The subject property qualifies for map amendment due to its large size, unique configuration, the natural separation of Bear Creek to the north, the physical separation of a 40-foot right-of-way, combined with a medium-density mobile home park to the south, frontage to a classified future major street in the city's comprehensive plan, walkability to existing multifamily and commercial uses nearby, walkability to the Pinellas Trail and the future PSTA bus rapid transit route. City staff believes this request meets the relevant countywide considerations that I've reviewed and general and location requirements for the primary residential medium and secondary residential low medium categories as proposed. Our city staff kindly requests this morning that you make a similar finding of consistency with the countywide rules and vote to approve this map amendment. I did want to just clarify a couple quick points from Rodney Chapman's presentation. First, your action today is the final action. This is a small-scale plan amendment. It is not required to return back to our city council, so the city-level process is complete. Second, in reviewing the timeline, perhaps you picked up on it, the action of the opponents was not an appeal of the Department of Economic Opportunity. It was a request for a division of administrative hearing based on the city council action at the city level only. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to clarify what you just said about this being a final action, that's for the land use line on our countywide plan to match it up with the city plan. Yet, if the proposal that we've heard about that was discussed here last week and has certainly got all the attention, if that proposal was going to move forward, that would have to come through the city for zoning and density and all those kind of things, correct?
Correct. It would come in as a standard permit application for site plan review. If the project exceeds 60 units in total, then it will go through a public hearing review process with the Development Review Commission, and those would be properly posted and noticed. If it is less than 60 units, then it does not require public hearing review.
Okay. And then to go back to the very beginning, if we don't do anything today or we reject this today, what could be developed there under the City of St. Pete rules?
Well, under the map arrangement today, it would continue as public, semi-public, and so we'd be looking at institutional category only and institutional type uses. So with the church closing, that is why this application is coming forward, because we have to put some assignment other than institutional onto the property.
Okay. Well, that's where I was trying to get to at the very beginning is what if we did nothing, what could happen here? So if we do nothing or reject it, it remains institutional under the city, but under the county, it's a broader use available.
Right. At the city level, it would stay institutional, and it would essentially continue to potentially function as a church. I think that the church has exhausted that option over the last few years, trying to find a match to keep that church building open. But understand now that they weren't successful in that, and so this is the new direction for them.
Okay. And then I'll give you the opportunity. We got an email yesterday questioning who's the actual owner of the property and whether this whole process is invalid because of the ownership, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address it if you wanted to.
Sure. I am aware of that inquiry that came in. It was a similar inquiry that was raised and discharged at the city level. The application, when it comes in, is matched to the official Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office records. And the official records from the property appraiser's office indicate, just give me 1 second, I'll find that here. The entity that is listed in the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office is the entity that was on the application. We cross-checked that with Florida Sunbiz, and so in our processing and intake of an application, we look to the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office as the official source for matching that ownership information. In this case, it matched.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to follow up a little bit with that question because and I just may be confused, but what Rodney was talking about with respect to your future land use map meshing with ours, I guess, and I don't know what the right terminology is, but so if we do nothing, doesn't the city of St. Petersburg, do they not have the ability to change the map there, their own map to coincide with ours, and then be able to do something on the property? Or is that just off the table completely?
The future land use map category existing is institutional, and so that is the category that is consistent with public, semi-public. If the countywide plan map change today is not approved, then the city change could not go forward because the city map would be inconsistent with the countywide plan map.
Okay, so that was different than what I heard from Rodney. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. He indicated that if yours ended up matching with ours, and you could take action to do that, that our general category still allows for residential development.
It does. Public, semi-public at the county level does identify residential as an option, I believe at 12.5 units per acre. At the city level for public, semi-public, our consistent category is institutional. So we don't have another category that we could convert to that would be consistent with public, semi-public and just allow a pure multifamily category.
Okay, so that was, because that was some of the question. Did you have that same?
Or multifamily development, I'm sorry, not category.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions now? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more. Under institutional, we think of that as churches, schools, other things, but what, under the city, what would institutional allow for?
Well, that's exactly how we look at it too. It's the churches, it's the schools. That's primarily how it's applied at the city level.
Yes, Commissioner Peters.
Not nursing homes or medical facilities, things like that, institutional?
Typically, those are in our other commercial or mixed-use categories. In the city of St. Petersburg, we primarily have mixed-use categories that allow combination of both commercial and residential. But our institutional is limited primarily to those public-type facilities, congregate-type facilities.
Thank you.
Okay, congregate-type facilities, so not nursing homes, not assisted living facilities.
Right, those are residential equivalent uses, which are accommodated in most of our residential and mixed-use categories.
All right, thank you.
And just for the record, since I have the paperwork here, I can expand on that question about ownership a little bit. The property appraiser's office identifies Grace Connection of Tampa Bay, Inc. as the registered property owner for the site. The application itself that came into the city likewise identified Grace Connection of Tampa Bay, Inc. The registered agent through Florida Sunbiz is Stephanie Myers, and Stephanie Myers is also the signature that was on the application presented to the city. Pastor Tim Kelly, who was identified in the email communication and materials from yesterday, is listed on the application as an information contact. But the signature and the entity do match up with Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office records.
Anything else? Okay. Is that all you have then?
Yes.
At this point, you have about 11 minutes, 11 and a half minutes more or less still if you need it. Okay.
We don't have anything additional to add. We think that you have plenty of material that you've received ahead of time from the opponents. You've heard the presentation from Ford Pinellas staff. We concur. And we just ask again that you make a similar finding of consistency with the countywide rules and approve the map amendment request as submitted.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, one more question, I think. Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. In the presentation.
It's not on yet. There you go.
Thank you. In the presentation information, it had for level of service D, that the road could accommodate up to level of service D. Do you know what the current level of service is for traffic counts along the 62nd?
I can look that up I think that's in the staff, or the original city council staff report. I can get that information for you.
If you can maybe
and
look
report
for
back.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
There was one level service D roadway in the proximity, but all other road grades were better than D, which is why that particular countywide consideration was not applicable to this application, because those levels of service met the requirements in the countywide rules. Okay.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we're good.
Okay.
I'm going to go to public hearing, the public hearing portion, so we'll hear from all of you. I have a card here that says applicant, so I'm assuming it's the applicant to the City of St. Petersburg. Derek Kilborn will be first, and then Larry Galantis will be second, and he will confirm that he has 4 people that are going to allow him to speak 10 minutes.
I'm Derek Kilborn, so I'll waive.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. Good grief. Okay. Sorry about that, Derek. All right. Larry Galantis, please. And we'll just have to make sure that I think Patrick Carney is in the room. If you'll raise your hand, please. There you go. And then we have 3 folks online, which our clerk will verify that they're online. Mimi Hammenbeck.
So if these folks could raise their hand in the Zoom application, we'll be able to verify that you are giving your time to the speaker. I can see the hand for Mimi at this point.
You can see, you can, okay.
I can,
How about
yes.
Kristen Stafford
Confirmed.
and Gerald McAvoy?
Confirmed.
Okay. So the 4 speakers that are yielding their time to you, Mr. Galantis, you'll have 10 minutes.
Well, thank you. Good morning, commissioners, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for the platform that you've provided me today. Today, the City of St. Petersburg is asking you to adopt their proposed land use changes countywide plan map amendment. This request was originally driven by an application filed over 2 years ago by Mr. Tim Kelly and his wholly owned corporation, Grace Connection Church of Tampa Bay. In that application, they sought zoning and land use changes in order to effect a sale of the property to the city, the sale of the church property to the city. If not for that application, we would not be having this hearing today. I'm going to repeat that. If not for that application, we wouldn't be here today on this particular matter. During the city's due diligence process back in October of 2018, they ordered an appraisal to provide them with information relevant to the purchase. 82 pages of charts, graphs, aerial photographs, disclaimers, and commentary. And yet, one page, a most critical page, stands out on its own. It was not buried in layers of text. It was important enough for the appraiser to assign it its own page. And I'm going to ask that they bring up the slide for HLUT, page 39 of the appraiser's report, which you can see on the screen. And on page 39, in 2 sentences, he says, and I quote, "In February of 2014, Grace Connection took over control and ownership. The appraiser found no deed transferring ownership, and so it is unknown exactly how this occurred." And yet, in spite of that disclosure, and in spite of municipal code that requires that only an owner or agent of an owner can submit an application, the city steamed forward. There is no evidence that the city ever did any due diligence to confirm or at least research the appraiser's findings other than cross-reference the applicant with a SunBiz document, which may or may not have been accurate, may or may not have been truthful. And that's what we're going to discuss today. We have come to discover information that leads us to believe that neither Grace Connection nor Pastor Kelly had the legal standing to submit this application. The church property and the requirement governing its disposition belongs to the members of the Pasadena Baptist Church and its articles of incorporation and bylaws, not Tim Kelly's, not Grace Connection's, and not the amendment that he filed to the Pasadena Baptist articles. In fact, according to the Pasadena Baptist Church annual report to the state of Florida in April of 14, Pastor Kelly is not named as an officer, director, or board member. Article 8 of the Pasadena Baptist Church Articles of Incorporation state that the bylaws of the corporation can only be made, altered, or rescinded by its members. Article 9 states that notice related to any changes or alterations to the articles must include a mailing to all active members at their address of record on the church membership rolls 2 weeks prior to any meeting to hold a vote. On Monday, we submitted to the public record 2 notarized affidavits from Pasadena Baptist Church members who state that they did not receive 2 weeks written notice. They were denied the ability to comment or to vote on any amendments to their articles of incorporation. The bottom line is that the city had an obligation to investigate the appraiser's observations related to ownership before accepting Pastor Kelly's or Grace Connection's application. They're one and the same. Tim Kelly and Grace are one and the same. While the city never completed the sale with Pastor Kelly, the fact remains that, if not for the initial application, we wouldn't be here today. We are asking the County Commission to take a pause on voting on this land use amendment and instead send this back to the city and ask them to confirm that, in fact, Grace Connection's ownership of the church property is, in fact, absolute. In the event that the Commission chooses not to take a pause, I'd like to add several points. And this is a conglomeration of points that other individuals have yielded to me to speak. So if you happen to ask me a question about a specific point, I may not have the answer for you, but I'll try my best. As constituents who have a vested interest in the healthy growth of our community and surroundings, it is our duty to express our genuine apprehension over the land use amendment application set before you today. PGSP Neighbors United is comprised of members who are affected by this land use amendment, and we feel that the affected property owners' rights to due process have been violated due to lack of notice. There were no mailings to our knowledge, and there was no signage on public frontage of the subject property for this particular hearing. You will hear from some of those affected individuals, but many others were not aware of this hearing, nor did they have time to adequately prepare for this meeting on 9:30 on a business day. We hope that you, the commissioners, sympathize and understand the importance to be heard on such important matters as this, and again, postpone the hearing to remediate the prejudice imposed not only on the surrounding neighbors, but specifically those owners within a 250-foot radius of the subject property who suffered this prejudice. Next, all residents within Pinellas County are confronted with issues related to sea level rise, increased frequency and intensity of hurricanes, as we heard from a previous speaker. We also have concerns about infrastructure and the viability of contending with these challenges. This was mentioned by many of you sitting right here on that May 25th hearing when you voted to deny the proposed ordinance at the Tides hearing. We could not agree with you more. The proposed land use amendment would change the land use of this land parcel, which currently has 0 residents, that's the church property, 0 residents, to a land use that would allow 15 units per acre with the possibility of 22.5 units per acre under LU 1.2.4. As part of the Pinellas County Coastal Management Element, CM 1.2, the objective states, and I'll paraphrase this, Pinellas County shall maintain or reduce hurricane clearance times. Additionally, out-of-county hurricanes clearance times require 16 hours for a Cat 5 hurricane. We're asking, is the proposed land use amendment compliant with CM 1.2? Florida Statutes 163.3177 says, and I quote, "Support data or summaries are not subject to compliance review process, but the comprehensive plan must clearly be based on appropriate data," end of quote. Additionally, the Florida statute requires that, and I quote, "The comprehensive plan shall be based upon permanent and seasonal population estimates and projections," end of quote. We request that Fort Pinellas staff sufficiently demonstrate that the impact of the land use amendment would maintain or reduce hurricane clearance times, and that the level of service was calculated upon seasonal as well as permanent population estimates. This is important because we have that mobile home park right near us. A lot of people don't live there most of the year. This is a concern not only for the residents within the affected area who use 64th Street South as a collector street to connect between the two evacuation routes, but also First Avenue South and Gulfport Boulevard. It also concerns other established neighborhoods that rely on these routes, specifically to exit the coastal areas of South Pasadena, Treasure Island, and St. Pete Beach. This concern brings us to our next point as it pertains to LU 1.2.4. Paraphrasing 1.2.4, it states that recognizing that successful neighborhoods are central to the quality of redevelopment should be compatible with the integrity and viability of existing residential neighborhoods. We contend that the integrity and viability of the existing residential neighborhood is directly impacted by increasing the density as a result of this proposed land use amendment, and it would be adversely affected pending the Forward Pinellas demonstration that supporting data satisfies the Florida statute requirements we talked about above. Finally, coming to our last point, thank goodness, LU 1.2.3, and I paraphrase, "Plan designations shall be compatible with the land uses in the surrounding area." We don't want to beat a dead horse here, but we'd like you to take a look at this aerial photograph that was, well, actually, it's not a slide. You have it in your package. Image titled "Map Area for Seat 2016." This is a photo, a 1950s photo. What do you see? It's in your package. It's a mobile home park and nothing else. The park existed before the establishment of the Growth Management Act of 1985, and if you were to look at a satellite photo of the subject property today, it wouldn't take long to figure out something's out of place.
How much do you have left?
One paragraph. One sentence?
One sentence, yes.
The point is that the mobile home park, which is a grandfathered, non-conforming development with a density of 20 units per acre, is amongst the cluster of those single-family homes. It's a different picture today because of the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. And we'll just go first to Carol Plizga, and then Rick Hilbert, and then Karen Cerezo. So I don't know if everybody's in the room or if we have folks there. Okay, so we'll just give them a little time here. So we're going to start naming three at a time. So Carol Plizga, Rick Gilbert, and then Karen Cerezo. And just a reminder, each person will have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Carol Plizga, and I am currently a homeowner in the Pasadena Bear Creek neighborhood. I have owned my home at 6174 6th Avenue South since October of 2000. I am opposed to this proposed zoning and land use changes. Let's go back to the very beginning of this process in February of last year, when the St. Petersburg Community Planning and Preservation Commission initially denied the rezoning. Of the 6 commissioners, only 1 voted in favor of the rezoning. The other 5 all voted the rezoning was not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan so the application was denied basis the following. LU 3.4, the land use plan shall provide for compatible land use transition through an orderly land use arrangement, proper buffering, and the use of physical and natural separators. LU 3.6, land use planning decisions shall weigh heavily the established character of predominantly developed areas where changes of use or intensity of development are contemplated. LU 3.8, the city shall protect existing and future residential uses from incompatible uses, noise, traffic, and other intrusions that detract from the long-term desirability of an area through appropriate land development regulations. Specifically, individual CPPC members acknowledged the importance of affordable and workforce housing, but expressed that the impact of this proposed map amendment was not consistent with the above policies in the following subject areas: density transitions, contrast in building height, vehicle traffic impact, and lack of public transportation. In addition, there are no retail services such as grocery stores, drugstores, banks within walking distance, so public transportation or lack of is crucial to decision-making in regards to a 4-story, 94-unit complex with upwards of 225 residents. For the reasons stated above, I remain opposed to the proposed zoning and land use changes and respectfully ask the county commissioners to vote no, just as the St. Petersburg Community Planning and Preservation Committee did back on February 11, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, Rick Gilbert, Karen Cerezo, and then John Bailey. Rick Gilbert here? No. Karen Cerezo? No. John Bailey? Come on up, John. And then Joe T. And then Nash Lacona.
He's signed up for both.
Oh, he's not here in person.
My name is John Bailey. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Courtney Vandenberg, Commissioner, Justice, Executive Aide, for giving me the correct agenda file number for the documents I presented to the Commission. Second, I'd like to thank Chairman Eggers and the Commissioners for this opportunity to speak. I have provided the Commissioners with 3 documents which establish the basis for them to deny the City of St. Petersburg land use change. Document number 1, the city's zoning change application, which Timothy Kelly, a church tenant, failed to establish a legal zoning application in accordance with the city zoning policy for the church property. A basis for the city's land use change. Document 2, Pasadena Baptist Church, Articles of Incorporation. Amendment 9 requires the Pinellas Baptist Church members to receive a written notice of meeting change of the church articles at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting. That was not done. As per document number 3, which was 2 sworn affidavits by the church members which state they did not receive the church the date 2 weeks prior of a church meeting to change the amendments. Legal fact. Timothy Kelly and his organization, his congregation, had no legal standing to vote on the articles, changes to the Pasadena Baptist Articles of Incorporation, or to change the amendment for their personal benefit. Their existing $2.2 million current contract on the church property. The City of St. Petersburg 30-year projection for increased housing is not a basis to approve the city's land use change and deny the Pasadena Baptist Church members' right to use God's home. Therefore, I respectfully request the Board of Commissioners deny the St. Petersburg land use property change. Thank you.
Thank
You have
No,
any questions?
We're good, thank you. Okay. Patrick Carney already yielded his time. Nash Lacona is not here, so let me see if I've got anybody else in person.
Somebody in the back waving.
Who's waving?
I don't know.
Is that Lisa? Oh, it's a gentleman. Come on up, please. And give us your name. Joe?
Joe Thompson.
Yeah.
Or Joe T, as you know it.
Yep. Thanks, Joe.
That. No problem. Thank you for giving us the chance to speak. We do appreciate it. I know you probably had to, but, still, we do appreciate it. I'm the son of my mom's, Ann Thompson. She lives at 6263 Fairfield. I was raised there. I went to Bogosiega. I don't know if anyone here did. But, I grew up in this area. To us, she's a single mother. This home, this neighborhood means a lot to people. I guess kind of because the feel of it, the character of it, the quaintness of it, you could say. I grew up right basically playing in that church in the parking lot and in front of it. I kind of wrote a whole thing to try to, dunk on some of these people, but, it's just, we're tired. We fought this for a long time. It seems like our city doesn't care about us. They basically, the meeting we had during COVID, I'm sorry, but they really didn't care what we had to say. They put us down. We sat there for hours talking about this. What we're worried about, I'm just going to leave that aside. I'm just going to speak to the character of this part. Maybe some people are familiar with it, some people aren't. But, in the original gentleman who came up who spoke for the county, you could see in that map that there was a preservation area that was just to the west of this location, as well as Bear Creek. I think that, there's been more given from even our city members for this instead of actually, it goes back kind of the old saying of if you remember the Jurassic Park movie, it's not if you can do this, but should you do this? And the problem I have is that once this is done, it's it. If you ever wanted to have a church there again, good luck. If you ever wanted to, maybe down the road found that this was an environmental area, that should be conserved, it's done. I think there should be more given. I think, you guys possibly postponing this. We're here at a botanical garden, heritage village. I find it, strange that, a lot of, when we brought this up to the city, they told us that this was something that will be done later. Once we change this, then we'll look into that. Well, that's ridiculous. That's putting the cart before the horse or whatever the saying is. I just believe that we have the signatures. We have, they have lawyers, we have people. That's the difference. Obviously, this isn't as simple as saying, well, if you guys say no, it will go back to the city. Now we know this is it. This is all we have. So I appreciate your time, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I'm showing two more folks that are in here as opposed to, we'll go to the Zoom folks here in a minute. Scott, either McDonald and then Greg Pound.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Scott McDonald. I am the Executive Vice President of Blue Sky Communities. I'd like to thank you for the time this morning and thank you for hearing this matter. We agree and support staff's presentation of this item, and we thank them for their due diligence throughout this process. It's been a lengthy one. Blue Sky Communities' mission is to help local governments and nonprofits reach their affordable housing goals. The City of St. Petersburg and Pinellas County have set lofty goals, and they've also given developers the tools to reach those goals. We thank you for that. Bear Creek Commons is a fine example of an affordable housing community that will help the city and the county reach those goals. We operate all over the state, and in every place that we operate, we pledge to create community assets that everyone can be proud of. Part of creating a great community asset is being a good neighbor. In all the places that we operate, we feel that we are, and this property would be no different. I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And then the last person that I'm showing, let me see here. I guess I have two folks, Greg Pound and then Lisa Wright.
Yes, Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 8 says, "Woe to them that join house to house and field to field, till there be no place, that they may have no place alone." You know, this, what's going on in Pinellas County, just on Fort Harrison, to see all these apartment buildings going up and the trailer parks that have been taken over. And, you know, I wanted to make the statement about the church issue, to think that there's people in the church that would sell out the church for money. And we know that's what this is. It's a money deal. You guys know that. And so we got to remember the church isn't a hotel for saints, but a hospital for sinners. So when you go to church, you're among a bunch of sinners. And some of these sinners still are hanging on to their sin. And greed is one of the worst. And so I just want to say that, as the one gentleman that had the 10 minutes made it real plain, that this is a crooked deal. And I've watched this in Tallahassee year after year after year. The evidence was in. People, they had speakers, presentations, and they still voted against what was right. And so we see that, you know, a trader is someone who's making a trade. They're going to trade either your property or your rights, and they're going to do it usually for money. That's the motivation that people in government do what they do. It's money. It's not to defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or the rights of the people. That's why our country's in the trouble it's in. This is just another preview of a corrupt situation we have. I've listened to the speakers. I can read. I don't listen to what they say. I can tell their motive and what they're doing, what's behind it. And this is another property grab for money. Now, I mean, what's going to happen with this county when you've got these places just stacked? I mean, you're stacking people right on top of one another, and it's coming up all over the county. I mean, they're buying these places out and stacking them. And one of the things in the deal was that there's no limit on the height of the buildings. I mean, you know, it was talked about, but nothing specifically said. There's no limit on how high they can go. And so this is, you know, it's just really sad. I mean, it's just greed. And if the people don't get tired of it and just allow this thing to keep going, I mean, you guys are supposed to represent what is right. I mean, you've heard the presentation. I see why St. Pete shifted it over here because, you know, and then we hear the judges okaying it. You know, it's a big money deal. It's another thing about money. That's all. And our money is going to be worthless real soon. If you look and see, they're imploding the dollar. If you look what Russia and the other countries are getting out of the dollar, getting out of it, and once your dollar collapses, that's going to be your judgment on America.
Okay, Lisa Wright.
Before I start, I'd like to thank all of you for your hard work and dedication. My name is Lisa Wright. I live at 6630 Bougainvillea Avenue, which is just the street just north to the church. I'm a retired residential appraiser with a residential evaluation specialist, which less than 700 people in the world have that designation as far as appraising. And I just wanted to start with that. Now I'm going to just go into my spiel. When this first started, over 600 people showed up for the first meeting, and less than 5 people voiced about crime and property values, yet the city has used this as their main focus instead of the other concerns that they have continually ignored. The city council members, including our own district, have failed our neighborhood by turning their backs and not actually listening to our concerns. Coastal high hazard area, Bear Creek, horizontal neighborhood. Church sits on 3 different jurisdictional lines with 0 homes or buildings over 2 stories. 36 magnet bus stops here for the kids, although the city claims that there's no kids that cross the street or anyone, that we couldn't even get a crosswalk at our church. The mobile home park is single family, individually owned, and it was here before the neighborhood. The city's own appraisal, which Larry Galantis brought up, the same appraisal said the highest and best use as single family homes. And the plat map, if you look at your own plat map, it's 36, not 54 properties that would be there if the church was torn down. It would go from institutional to residential, single-family home plots if the church was torn down. That would be the original thing. And the city's own board, the Community Planning and Preservation Commission, voted this down, yet the city members ignored their own CPPC and overturned it in appeal. The neighborhood, yet several phone calls from neighbors have gone unanswered and ignored from Blue Skies communities. And they have tried to get in contact because the CPPC recommended that the builder talk to the neighborhood. No one. Anything above 2 stories is unacceptable. Most neighbors I spoke with also agree. The builder chose to donate to our city council members instead of working with our neighborhood. Not just the city of St. Pete, but Gulfport and unincorporated as well. Not one return phone call from the builder. In closing, my family were members of the Pasadena Baptist Church and my children were baptized there. I can name at least 25 to 30 people who were members and say at least to people who were still members when Grace Connection joined our church after renting for a few years. Just because we had a name change doesn't validate an ownership change. How does the trustees get removed from ownership without their knowledge?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not showing anybody else in the room. I just want to make sure that's the case. Is that correct? Okay. So we're going to go to online, and so if you can lead us with that, Jeanette.
Sure. Mr. Chair, we have 16 individuals that pre-registered to speak on this agenda item. 3 of them previously yielded their time to one of the speakers that spoke for 10 minutes, and then 1 of them actually came in person, so we have 12 that I'm actually going to call. The first individual to speak on this agenda item that I'm going to call is Jan Wampler, and I apologize if I misstate your name. Ms. Wampler, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Is Jan Wampler, and I live at 6344 14th Avenue South, not far from the site. I'm an architect and a professor of architecture. I've taught at MIT in Boston for over 40 years and now teaching at USF in the architecture department for the last 10 years. I want to say, first of all, that I certainly agree with the other speakers who have opposed to this. But I'd like to add to this that what is done on one site affects other sites. And by approving this, it is basically saying the doom of properties around the area, all along 64th Street. 64th Street is a very busy street at the moment. It will become more busy. And therefore, the type of properties or development is crucial. This is a single-family neighborhood. It's why I bought here over 10 years ago. It is a beautiful neighborhood. But this will be the death of it. And I have to say that if one of my students suggested this kind of a proposal in this kind of a neighborhood, I would give them a very low grade. So I have to give a low grade to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next individual registered to speak on this agenda item is Janice Davis. Ms. Davis, can you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item? When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Janice, Janese Davis. My current address is 538 Oleander Way South. That's in St. Pete, 33707. I just want to say, you know, we've lived in this house a few months. It's about a mile to the east of the proposed property. Prior to that, I lived on 10th Avenue South in Gulfport, about a mile to the west. I cannot tell you, this is such a family neighborhood. My feelings are, if y'all make no changes at all, this 60 unit should be gracious plenty. But that's not enough. They want more and more, which is not in keeping with the neighborhood. I just want to say we've heard a lot of legalese today, most of it from, you know, representatives of both sides. But if you look at it, if you drive the property, if you drive around the neighborhood, you will see that high density does not fit in here. It is not in quote unquote keeping with the neighborhood, but it's just something that wouldn't belong. It would become an eyesore. And if you think about, you know, they've talked about turning 64th into a major, and they didn't use the words major thoroughfare, but into a larger road with bike lanes. If you've driven on 64th, there is a constraint right at the proposed property, a bridge that crosses over a creek that's barely 2 lanes wide. I can't imagine that becoming wider, incorporating bike lanes. It's really not that traveled and trafficky now. And sure, you can do those surveys. You can do them in November when every snowbird is here, every school is in process, and it looks like there's a lot of traffic on the road. But go out there today when school's out, when all the snowbirds have gone back home. It is quaint, it is sleepy, it is not trafficky at all. And to change the face of that, that is one side of Gulfport, borders one side of Gulfport. And I feel that if you want to call it a land grab, but I feel that this was looked at as a ripe opportunity by the St. Pete City Commissioner's Office because it does border on unincorporated St. Pete, Gulfport, and St. Pete, so it doesn't really have somebody to stand up for it. And the neighbors joined together to fight this because it seems so wrong. Just listen with your heart and your head and make a correct and right advisement on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
The next individual to speak on this item is Michael Dima. Mr. Dima, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Michael Dima, and I'm here. My address is P.O. Box 2842, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33731. I'm an attorney for the city of St. Petersburg. Simply here as backup and in case there are any specific questions that I can answer. Thank you.
Go ahead.
The next individual that is registered to speak on this agenda item is Tom Whalen. Mr. Whalen, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, this is Tom Whalen from the City of St. Petersburg Transportation and Parking Management Department. I'm here to help answer any questions related to transportation related to the land use case. My address is 810 Constitution Drive, Tampa, Florida. And that's all I have to say.
That's fine. No problem. That's okay. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Go ahead with the next person. I need this.
The next individual that's registered to speak on this item is Nash Lacona. I'm not sure if that's a Mr. or Mrs., but would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Can anyone? I can't tell. Can I? Madam
Yes,
Clerk,
we can hear you.
Okay. Is there video as well as it's solely audio?
It's just audio.
Okay. All right. I'll get started. I apologize to the board there. I did desperately want to be there in person. However, I did not have sufficient heads up on this. My wife also wanted to register. She found out after the period of time closed. My name is Nash Lacona. I live about 150 feet from the proposed amendment. My address is 6111 Plum Street, South St. Petersburg, Florida. God bless you. My statements here are going to be twofold. One, I'm going to be addressing the countywide plan rules that I believe are inconsistent with the proposed amendment. And two, I'm going to be requesting that the board act in its capacity to not approve this, as I do not think this is an appropriate change. So one, how do the rules apply? Two, using the board's discretion, should you vote yes on this amendment? The first issue I would like to raise is one of notice. Under the countywide plan rules, section 7.8.1.4, one mailed notice containing the essential parts of the published advertisement shall be provided to property owners affected by this map amendment in the local government with jurisdiction over such amendment area at least 30 days prior to the countywide planning authority public hearing. Like I said, I live about 150 feet from the proposed amendment. We did not, myself nor anyone on our cul-de-sac, did not receive one iota of mailing notice. So I would request that this hearing be reset because there are significantly more people that would like to comment and voice their concerns with this. Under section 6.32, this board does have the full discretion. It states nothing herein shall be construed to prohibit CPA from continuing a public hearing at any time in the course of the proceeding. I would request that now, although I am respectful of everyone's time who is on the board, people from Blue Sky, Mr. Kilborn, Mr. Chapman. I understand that, so I have prepared my comments to address with the board most likely not granting that continuance. One, if you look at the Ford Pinellas staff analysis, there are a few errors in there that I would like to address. Specifically, in the third paragraph, it says, additionally, locational characteristics of the proposed category in areas where use and developmental characteristics are medium density residential in nature. And this subject property is also in an area with other properties designated residential medium to its north. If the Board of Commissioners would look at either attachment 2 or attachment 4 or any of the map attachments provided to them, you will see that there is absolutely nothing with that zone residential density in any of those maps. So the contents of the staff report, I believe, are misrepresentative on that item.
Thank you,
Furthermore,
Nash. If you've got one sentence left in you, that's fine, but we're going to move on. You've got your 3 minutes.
Yes, one sentence, please. Thank you. I do very much appreciate Chair Justice pointing out and asking the question of if we did nothing today, what would happen? Your initial answer was that you would go from 54 to 65, which is plus 9 units. When we pressed on this issue, it ends up being you are going from 0 units to 65. That is a drastic turnaround and characteristic of the answers that the people in this neighborhood have gotten from the city multitude of times. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Lastly, please do not do this.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The next individual registered to speak on this item is Judy Piercy. Ms. Piercy, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item? When you're unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Judy, are you with us?
I had a note here that she was here as a backup if somebody else didn't, so if she's not showing.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and move on. The next individual to speak on this agenda item is Kaylin Bigby. Kaylin, if you would raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And I believe Caitlin may be joining us by phone. Last 4 is 8097. And Caitlin, you may need to unmute yourself, which is *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Caitlin. Go ahead.
Okay, my husband is here and he'd like to yield his time to me. Is that okay?
No, we only allow, if there's 4 people that want to yield time to attain 10 minutes, so we only do 3 minutes at a time otherwise.
Okay, I'll have him pick up where I leave off
Okay,
then.
perfect. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I know that words like affordable housing, they get tossed around sometimes and they become really politicized, especially in the world we live in now. But affordable housing is a cause near and dear to my heart. My children are my husband and I's 4th generation in this town that we're raising. They would have been the 4th generation baptized in this church. 8 family members have been baptized in that church, and my children would have been numbers 9 and 10. Tim Kelly, the current pastor, baptized me himself. Before the merging of Pasadena Baptist and Grace Connection Church took place, we were a small, tight-knit church with a thriving outreach program working with the neurologically disabled adult population within our community. Our congregation started dying off, and the remaining members were elderly. As a woman in my early 20s at the time, I was blessed to have many surrogate grandparents, and I felt an obligation to protect them. To save our church, we needed to revitalize. We were desperate for young, fresh blood, and Pastor Kelly and his team came in like knights in shining armor. The elderly congregation embraced and trusted wholeheartedly, thus resulting in the 2014 merging of the 2 churches, as well as a gracious gifting of the $2.3 million property. Pasadena Baptist Church became Grace Connection at Pasadena. But as of now, the property does not belong to Grace Connection at Pasadena. It instead belongs to the property of Tim Kelly's separate nonprofit organization under a similar name but different name, Grace Connection of Tampa Bay, Inc. To my knowledge, these changes were not put up for a congressional vote, and members were not notified 2 weeks prior by mail as required. Within 2 years of these changes, Pastor Kelly and his team decided to begin the process of selling the gifted church to the city, something he has done before with previous owned properties. Also, the outreach program we ran working with adults with Down syndrome was canceled, and the vans used to provide their transportation were liquidated. The documents Kim Kelly's team submitted to Sunbiz declared that there were no members left to vote on these such matters. But later, during the appeal, Tim Kelly said under oath that their church merged with the remaining members of Pasadena Baptist. So which is it? It is not correct that there were no members available to hold a vote. My husband and I were members ourselves, as well as many others. There are also many name changes and inconsistencies tied to the Sunbiz paperwork that have been submitted over the years. For example, Samuel Williams was named registered agent in 2008. He was replaced in 2014 by Stephanie Myers, but since then, all paperwork being submitted identifying her as the registered agent has been signed by the 81-year-old Samuel Williams. He hasn't been the registered agent for 10, 12 years, 13 years now, and yet he's been signing as registered agent all this time, as recently as 10 days ago. Furthermore, this was originally voted down by our city volunteers, but it was appealed and brought to the elected county officials who turned over the original ruling. Later, it was brought to my attention that Blue Sky,
All right,
the plan builders...
Kaylin, I'm going to have to stop you. If you could turn it over to your husband to finish up your comments, that would be great.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kaylin.
I assume this is Robert Big B. If it is, Robert, would you go ahead and, just for the record, go ahead and state your name, address, and for the record, and then that gives you another 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, hang on. He's in the back of the house. Is it better if you guys just continue and then call him up at the end and he can do his time, or does it need to be?
We can do that. Go ahead. We'll move on to the next person.
Thank you so much. I don't want to hold you up.
Go ahead.
No worries. The next speaker I have registered is Janet Carney. Janet was listed as a possible backup for a different speaker who wanted to yield her time, but we did not use her. So I wanted to see if she wanted to go ahead and speak. I do see her on the Zoom application, but I don't see her hand raised. Janet, are you wishing to speak? If so, please raise your hand. Thank you, Janet. Would you go ahead and give us your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak, Janet. You may need to unmute yourself. Ms. Carney, I do show your hand raised, but it appears that you are muted. Do you have the ability to unmute yourself?
I'm trying. Is it unmuted now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Right. My name is Janet M. Carney, C-A-R-N-E-Y. I live at 6231 Fairfield Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33707. I would like to speak to the fact that I grew up in Pasadena Baptist Church, and before the main sanctuary was built, it didn't even show in your pictures on the front, there used to be a walkway by the Bear Creek, and we used to have picnic tables back there, and families could come and have picnics along Bear Creek. Over time, the city came in and put in their steel supports to keep the Bear Creek from disappearing, and they did away with our forest and our trees. If they're going to get rid of the church, which it sounds like that's what they're going to do, why isn't it going to be a city park, or a park where I know down the street by the trail there's a park for young children, and Gulfport has one the other way, again for young children, but there is no place around here, or even west of, you've got Walter Fuller, and you've got Northwest Youth Centers. Those are the only places in this city where teenagers or kids could go play basketball or something else. You always depend on someone else. So if I have to give up my church, then I would just as soon it go to a park instead of a housing development where there's more kids on the streets walking around with nothing to do. That's all I had to say, and I would appreciate it if you'd listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carney.
Mr. Chair, our next registered individual to speak on this item is Elizabeth Abernathy. Ms. Abernathy, if you would please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Elizabeth Abernathy. That's A-B-E-R-N-E-T-H-Y. My address is 1 4th Street North, 33701. I am the City Planning and Development Services Director, and I am here today just to answer any questions any of you might have. And that concludes anything else I needed to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next registered individual to speak on this item is Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Williams, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9, and we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you're unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Jeff Williams, common spelling. It's 6227 6th Ave South, 33707. And I'm coming before you all today to urge you to vote no on this proposed zoning and land use changes at the location where Grace Connection Church is currently at. I'm a homeowner in this neighborhood for the last almost 3 years, and this tract application for rezoning and land use amendment into the higher density multifamily housing is clearly not consistent with, excuse me, with the intent of the NS1 designation outlined in St. Pete's comprehensive plan to quote unquote reinforce the district's unique character while permitting rehabilitation, improvement, and redevelopment in keeping with the scale of the neighborhood. Approval of CW 20-16 would not be adhering to the Pinellas County Land Use Policy 1.17.2. Quote unquote, Pinellas County shall make decisions both unincorporated and countywide that do not detract from the established support structure, but instead serve to preserve and enhance that identity and structure. CW 20-16 is akin to trying to put a square peg into a round hole. And before I close, I just want to point out, and I forgive me for not remembering which one of y'all had this comment when it came to the Tides Golf Course, but it fits here too. And then quote, "We must not let the developer be successful with the sham they're trying to perpetrate in our community, which is the utter destruction of this gem that we call the Tides Golf Course recreation. Please don't let it happen." And I urge you to not destroy our neighborhood in allowing something like this to be put at the end of my street, which is one of the pictures that when it looked out of the front of the church is 6th Ave South. So you're going to put potentially a 4 or more story building into what is clearly a single family neighborhood. When I moved into this neighborhood, it was the allure of its quietness and just quaintness, as others have already said, and just clearly an up-and-coming family neighborhood of single-family homes. So I urge you to just please vote no on this. We've been fighting this, and for good reason. It just doesn't fit. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I have one more individual registered to speak, and then I'll go back to Robert Bigby and see if he can join us. So the next one we'll call is Mitchell Carney. Mr. Carney, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so we can unmute you to speak on this item. When you are unmuted, please state and spell your name for the record and state your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Carney.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. My name is Mitchell Carney. I live at 1202 63rd Street South. First of all, thank you all for listening and for being there this morning. I am grateful that at least some of us can be in person. I'm still befuddled by the fact that a year ago when we had the meeting, there were only 2 people, the Zoom meeting, there were only 2 people who called in who were for the project, and they live nowhere near our neighborhood. They were somewhere downtown, and it was amazing. Even though every person other than those 2 who called in was against it, the zoning board or whatever they were at that time unanimously approved it. Like they don't care to listen to the people. Please listen to the people. Please listen to the people who are calling in today, who are there today, who took off time away from work. I'm strongly opposed to it. I've lived in this neighborhood my entire life. After I was old enough, I bought a home in this neighborhood so I could continue to enjoy it. We have long-term members that have been here their entire lives, and that's a beautiful thing. It's not a revolving door. It's not people coming and going. It's not people renting where you have to meet new neighbors. We have people who work very hard to be able to buy a home in this neighborhood. Matter of fact, I know people who left apartments and were so excited to be able to buy a home in this neighborhood because it's so nice, and now you're putting them back in an apartment district possibility. Please don't do that. Please do not let our neighborhood become a revolving door. Keep St. Petersburg the amazing place it is, because that's why we live here. I personally know people who have moved out of St. Petersburg because they're unhappy with the fact they feel like the city does not listen to them or does not care about them. Please listen to the people. We're saying no. Please say no. It kind of scares me when I hear earlier the question was asked, well, how many homes is it? And the answer was, well, it's a broad interpretation. That scares me because it means there really is no set plan. If you want to sell the property and make homes there, great. Do that where it helps the city out. They get a tax base. They actually get new residents who want to live there. Don't make it rentals. Almost a block away from the property, a house just recently was built, sold for almost $700,000. It's not a mansion. It's just the property values have gone up. So why would we settle on a property value from a year and a half, 2 years ago when Blue Sky was talking about buying it for such a small amount? that was never even offered to anyone else. Offer it to developers who want to build houses, build 20 houses right there on that piece of property that could be single family, that could build a tax base, that could help the city, help it grow, and help it stay the small community that it is. We don't want to see sky rises. We don't want things blocking the beautiful Florida that we live in. And I certainly want my kids to be able to grow up in this neighborhood. I don't want them to feel like they have to leave because it's not the neighborhood we wanted for them. There's a lot of different notes I have, but I know I'm running short on time. I will say that also we've had the problem with that creek before. Years ago, they actually came and pumped concrete in under one of the buildings because it was settling and sinking in. Are we prepared for that? What are we going to have to do to disrupt the creek and the quality there just to make this new high-rise fit in?
Thank you, Mr. Carney.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to go back and try and see if we can get Robert Bigby. Mr. Bigby, if you're on the line, would you raise your hand or press *9? And I do see his hand raised, phone number ending in 8097. It does appear that you're muted, though. If you'd want to unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, here's my husband.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Good. Come on.
This was originally voted down by our city volunteers, but it was appealed and brought to the elected county officials who turned over the original ruling. Later, it was brought to my attention that Blue Sky had planned builders of the new apartment complex they want to build, made hefty donations to all the elected officials, and voted to their favor to overturn the original ruling. Remember, this was a gift given to perpetuate the original articles laid down by Pasadena Baptist, not to fund the retirement of the Pastor Kelly's team, as he said. Please do not let the inconsistencies and borderline nefarious dealings taint the good name of Pinellas County. Please allow the pastor's name, prayers at the beginning of the hearing to remove any evil of self-service and contemplate in your vote. And thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you.
I do not have anyone else.
Okay, I think we've heard from everybody online and in the room, so we'll bring it back here to the commissioners. And how much time did the applicant have? So the applicant is here, still here, obviously. Come on up. If you have anything you wanted to discuss, you have, I think, about 11 minutes. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you again. Derek Kilborn, Manager, City's Urban Planning and Historic Preservation Division, representing the applicant. And also, I'm going to start by answering the traffic question for Commissioner Flowers, and then Ms. Judd is going to follow up and address some of the other legal questions that she needs to respond to. So first, with regards to the traffic question, 64th Street South is a level of service D. So that is the level of service D road in the neighborhood. There is a volume of capacity ratio for that roadway. It's written as 0.47, which translates to 47% capacity. So in layperson terms, I guess what that means is the road is currently operating at a 47% capacity, so there is still substantial room for additional growth. There were 2 traffic studies that were done. One was performed by city staff, and Tom Whalen, you heard, was on the call. He did the initial assessment, and that was included on page 8 of the City Council staff report, which we submitted as part of our application to Ford Pinellas. Separately, there was a traffic analysis provided to the City Council from Kinley Horn, and that traffic analysis was conducted at the direction of the local applicant. So that's the traffic answer, and Ms. Judd will respond to the other questions unless you got a follow-up.
Almost good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Heather Judd, Assistant City Attorney for the City of St. Petersburg. I would just like to address some of the comments that we heard today regarding the ownership. I would like to remind this body that at this point in for your decision, the city of St. Petersburg is the applicant, and we are asking for the change to maintain consistency with the decision that was made by city council to change our future land use map, and we're asking for the coordinate consistent change be made to the county map today. As far as questions of ownership and whether the city did its due diligence, the city has done its due diligence, and there was some mention and quotes from a gentleman earlier about Florida statutes 163.3117 related to data and analysis supporting a decision. And it says that data supporting an amendment must be taken from professionally accepted sources. We would provide that the Pinellas County Property Appraiser is the professionally accepted source. It is the source and authority from which we draw this data. And also that the Florida Division of Corporations, SunBiz, is also where we draw this data. And furthermore, case law relating to this Florida statute provides that local governments are not required to recover original data. And so this proposition that we were required to go into the church's bylaws and past histories is simply not true. I would also like to point out that this information was not provided at the city level at any point and was provided just for this. And in my opinion, legally, they are asking this commission to stand in the place of a civil court judge and make a determination regarding ownership or a quiet title action, which is not the subject of your review today. In regards to consistency, there were some comments by staff regarding the difference between St. Petersburg plan categories or comprehensive plan land use goals and the county. It is correct that the county has broader goals and broader statements in its comprehensive plan than the city of St. Petersburg. That does not mean there's inconsistency. If the city is stricter and our comprehensive plan rule categories were upheld not only by our governing body, but by a higher court, Division of Administrative Hearings, and the Division of Economic Opportunity. Our plan categories regarding character, community are more specific and have been upheld. So we would ask that you also find consistency with your county-wide rules, which allow us to be more specific and which have been upheld. I think we're good. Thank you so much. And I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have, and so would Derek and all of our team available online.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions right now for these folks? Oh, Commissioner Seal, we come back to you, sorry.
Yes, I was just kind of curious why you didn't consider, whoops, I'm going to find the site photo. Residential low medium for the entire property versus part of it being residential low medium. And my question is because the surrounding uses are pretty much residential low medium.
Sure. Well, we did look at that. The application that came in that we were asked to evaluate looked at changing the map category for the entire property. We refined that to say that we could not process the application for the portions of the site that were in the coastal high hazard area. And so we directed a change to the application to carve that part out. The request was for us to consider the entire site, and that's what we did. We felt that the justification for the rezoning, future land use map, and countywide map amendment that was being requested was strong enough that we didn't need to recommend alternative solutions to the applicant in order for us to make a favorable finding. So we did not recommend that.
Okay. My second question is, why is the city of St. Petersburg the applicant?
Well, this starts as a private initiated local applicant. It comes into the city of St. Petersburg. We process the applications, but when those come out of the city, then the city becomes the applicant to the county, and that's why we are here today representing the application and not the local applicant.
And if I could add to that, on all of your countywide plan map
applications, all of the individual local governments are the applicant to the PPC and then to you all as the CPA. It is not the property owner, it is the local government. So any of the 24 local, well, 25, because the county would be the applicant as well. So that is always the case on your countywide plan map amendments.
And my final question is this already in the city of St. Petersburg?
This is within the municipal boundary of the city of St.
I mean, I
Petersburg,
thought so. I just wanted to confirm it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Commissioner Long?
Chair, okay, so I just want to make sure that I am correct in my assessment of all of the comments that have been received this morning, because my understanding is that our role here today is strictly relegated to land use. I don't know if I should be directing my comments to you or to our county attorney. So whoever feels more appropriate, please respond, because we've heard a lot of emotional arguments about why we should not be granting this today. And we've heard considerable conversation about the ownership as well. And we are not sitting here today, tell me if I'm wrong, Jewel, as a court who would have jurisdiction over that particular issue, but we are sitting here today only to focus on land use. Is that right, Jewel? Or the city of St. Pete, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll start and give you an answer and defer to the city if they want to add on. You're correct, Commissioner Long. What you're here today to do is to focus on the countywide future land use map, which I imagine most of you have had the opportunity to sit on PPC, now known as Forward Pinellas. And we do have the special act and charter authority that confers upon the county that countywide land use planning authority. So that is the plan that you are here today looking at this request to modify the category from the city of St. Pete. As I already stated, per the special act and the rules for the PPC, the local government with jurisdiction over the property is always the applicant before PPC and you sitting as the CPA. If you recall back several years ago, we modified the countywide plan and condensed it from probably 36, 37, 38 categories down to a much narrower range. And the impetus for that at the time was to take the countywide plan really to a higher level so that it was not drilling down into these very much more neighborhood type issues. So you're really looking at much higher level issues. Is this category generally appropriate in that area? Some of the things that you've heard mentioned here today about the height of the buildings and other things are not relevant for your determination today. Those things will become relevant if and when this goes back to the city for site plan review and some of the other things that you heard Mr. Kilborn reference here today. I don't know if I answered all your questions. I'll let the city elaborate if they would like.
Well, you do, but do you have anything to add, the folks from St. Pete here?
No, I believe Ms. White covered that pretty comprehensively, so I will defer to her.
Thank you. And then lastly, for the folks that are representing the city of St. Pete, as well as our Forward Pinellas people, I personally am incredibly appreciative of your focus on the coastal high hazard area and how you approach that, because as most of everyone knows, I'm very, very focused on resiliency and sustainability given the threats of sea level rise and climate change, and so I care about that a lot. I'm grateful that you've carved that out pretty much, so thank you. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Flowers? Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Gerard? No, yeah.
That's okay. My question had to do with the ownership, and we're not concerned with that today.
Go ahead, Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Long and Commissioner Gerard, in pointing out that the ownership of the property is something that will need to be settled between Grace Connection and Pasadena, and I did not see representation of either one of those entities here today to present on that, nor would it have been appropriate. For the order that came down from the Department of Economic Opportunity, they solely looked at the request for change for the small-scale amendment as it relates to the City of St. Petersburg Future Comprehensive Plan, which was found to be in compliance with the request that was being made, despite what the body may have voted for prior or voted against prior. The recommendation by this court, who had authority to determine if your request was in compliance with your future land use plan, which would land you here, they found that to be accurate. At any time, at any point in time, based on the request for your future land use and as it moved through the appropriate court process and procedures, was there ever any information that was presented or shared, both written or verbal, that stated that the request would be inappropriate because the parties that were requesting the change were not parties to present? In other words, at any point in time, did the court designate that the individuals you were doing business with, Grace Connection or the City of St. Petersburg, that either one of you were not the appropriate parties to enter into this contract and to receive this stipulation from the courts?
Are you talking about at the hearing at the Division of Administrative?
Yes.
No, ma'am. The issue of standing was found that both of the city and the applicant and PGSP neighborhood had standing to bring the action, and there was no issues related to that. It was purely a challenge to originally 4, but at the hearing we did 3 policies, 3.4, 3.6, and CM 10.6, I believe, which was the coastal management, coastal high hazard issue. Those were the issues that were litigated at the Division of Administrative hearings.
Okay, thank you. And when you presented or responded to Commissioner Justice's question about, because I just want to be clear, because I think what was shared or what was probably understood may have not been what was stated. When the response was given to Commissioner Justice about what would happen here today if we chose no action, the response was that the designation would remain institutional. Is that correct?
I'll let Derek answer this, but I believe preliminarily that we would have to revert to institutional.
Okay.
Because we cannot create a category that remains inconsistent with the countywide rule category, which would happen. So I'll...
No, that's what I was looking for. That's exactly
ma'am.
what you said. Because I think one of the speakers alluded to the request for what we're not here to speak about today, which is number of units versus what this property would revert to if we made no action. And if we made no action, it would have nothing to do with 54 units, 94 units, 64 units. It would have to do with the zoning, which would be residential, low, medium, or institutional. Correct?
Correct. At that point, we would have to revert, and then this application would be closed pending any appeals or anything like that. So a new application to change at the city level would have to go through if they wanted to not be institutional anymore.
Okay. And I should have typed my questions because some of them have been answered as we've moved forward. I think that's it. I can't remember the third one, so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other questions for these folks? So there was just a couple of questions. There was assertions that that proper notification. I heard the notification that was given, but notification to neighbors within a certain distance was not made. And just wanted you to speak to that as it relates to really whether we should go forward or not today. So please.
And my understanding when it comes to, again, these countywide plan map applications, and I don't know if Rodney is still here and could potentially answer this, My understanding is that notice under the rules is going to go to the applicant, which is the city of St. Petersburg, and the affected property owner, which here would be the actual owner of the property.
Ms. White is absolutely correct. That is the standard that has been enforced for a number of years. So the applicant, local government, and the property owner are the ones that receive the mailed notice.
So if we're going to change a countywide plan map, if we make an amendment to that map, there's no notification needed for the public.
Not for the countywide portion of that process.
Yeah.
There is local notice that occurs at the local level.
Well, maybe that's something we need to talk about later. That seems a little bit peculiar. Okay, and I think having most of my questions have been asked. I'm just looking back through my notes to make sure that I know there was a lot of issues and questions on ownership. And I did have the same question that Commissioner Seal asked, which is, why we didn't come back with something that was more in keeping with the neighborhood, even though it would have provided still significantly more development opportunities. Can you speak to that just a minute? I think there was a request for residential low medium instead of what was asked for.
Well, again, as Mr. Kilborn stated, once the application moves out of the local process into the countywide process, we evaluate it based on those considerations that we've spoken about at length today. The countywide rural plan categories, there are several, and as Ms. White mentioned, they have been condensed over the years, but we generally have two what we consider low-density residential. They're residential very low and residential rural. We have two categories that we consider medium residential categories, residential low medium and residential medium. And then we also have a high category, which is entitled residential high, and there's varying densities associated with those. So in our analysis, the residential low medium was consistent with that medium density character as referenced in the locational characteristics for that plan category.
So when you say that's consistent with the density,
yes.
How do you make that determination?
Because we have more than one medium residential category. We have residential low medium and residential medium.
Okay, but we're talking residential low medium.
Yes.
You said it was consistent with the neighborhood.
Yes, because...
So I just want to know why you said it was consistent again.
Because there is residential medium about a half a mile to the north, as well as there's multimodal corridor, again, about a half a mile to the north at the intersection of the Pinellas Trail, as well as residential low medium, again, another medium residential category within that entire area.
Okay. But the neighborhood is defined by the folks that are around, that abut this property in that area.
And Commissioner, our standard is not to look at what is adjacent to the property. Again, we're looking at a countywide level, looking at an area-wide analysis, not necessarily what is directly adjacent to.
But you don't take that into consideration at all then? So if you find something far away that has that other piece, that might be enough to make that whole...
The standard isn't necessarily far away. What I would say is it's more of a walkable standard. So, for example, the walkable standard is generally a quarter to a half a mile away. And so if you have a similar category within that range, then that's what we consider to be appropriate.
And a quarter to a half a mile, and is there like a kind of a general amount of area that you look at? I mean, in other words, if this is your area, but there's just this much, or is there, and again, I'm really getting technical, aren't I, here with this much, but is there,
I would say no, there's
no
no hard and fast empirical standard. If you have this percentage, then yes, that would qualify. No, it's really a qualitative judgment we make as your planning staff.
Okay. So you felt comfortable that this residential medium versus, it was very suitable versus a residential low medium?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I had any other questions. Yes, Commissioner Gerard.
I just have one more for, so the mobile home park to the south, what would the land use category be for that if it had not been grandfathered in? Because
Commissioner, it's hard to say because I don't know exactly the unit count that is there as well as the area acreage, but I will share with you that most of our mobile home parks around the county are non-conforming, meaning that they existed prior to our land use plans being in effect, and generally they have more density than
Right.
what the current standard would allow.
Right. So it's probably at least medium, if not even higher.
Yes, that'd be my
I think
assumption.
you actually said what the unit count was.
So I'm trying to make sure I'm not stepping over boundaries here. We did look at the calculation for the mobile home park, and we calculated it to be 20.96 units per acre, which is consistent with the category that was being proposed here, which is 15 units per acre standard plus 6 units per acre workforce housing. So we felt that was a very strong justification for part of this request because of the similarity in existing density and proposed.
So that looks to be 7 or 8 acres there, the mobile home park.
That answer, I don't recall the exact acreage, but we did run that calculation as part of the earlier DOA hearing
Okay,
and
thank
the
you.
original presentation to our council.
That's good information.
Just real quickly on the, back to the, I'm just trying to picture this as best I can. So on the land that's there, back to the density that's allowed, there's probably over 160,000 square feet of land that's there. I'm just trying to make sure I understand if you are providing, I'm just trying to get, if we're doing single-family homes, what would you be building there? How many units would you be building there?
Well, the actual number is always going to be a little bit different than the paper number
Right.
because you start working in drainage issues. You've heard about
But we're doing all this paper today. This is
Right.
all paper, not
Correct.
actual. Even the comments that have been made as far as the numbers so far, those are paper, right?
Yes, I'm going to give you the paper number. I just wanted to qualify that
Yep.
answer to know that, okay. If this went to the single family, the residential low medium with associated single family zoning, that would be 7.5 units per acre, 35 units maximum.
35 units.
Under the proposal, the residential medium with the consistent multifamily zoning category, it would be 68, up to 68 standard units. And if they incorporated workforce housing, they would have an additional 26 workforce housing.
Okay. And then residential low medium, how would that change it?
That would be the 35.
That'd be back to 35, okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Okay, thank you. Any other questions here? Okay, yes, go ahead.
You had a question about notification.
Yes.
I know that you got the official answer of who's formally noticed through the
Yeah.
county process. I did want to advise this commission that through this process, we have collected hundreds of email addresses and we're providing routine updates and notifications that upcoming meetings were on the calendar. We provided links. We also provided a page on the city website where we were archiving all the different materials associated with this application to help the public access this information. And so they did have or did receive an email with links to both the Ford Pinellas Board event page and also this commission's event page as well.
Okay. Well, certainly that's better than just the two parties being
Right.
notified. So it may not have gotten to everybody, but according to our, yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we're throwing a lot of what if this and what if that and trying to make this a workable thing, but if your proposal was approved today by the commission and it goes back to the city if there's an application for development, would the zoning or the land use that you're requesting today, would that prohibit the city from then deciding to do a different level of development less than what would be permitted under the zoning? Like this, and I don't want to do the single family. Would the city be able to approve that?
We could, yes.
Okay. It's, I mean, it's a struggle. I mean, we obviously know I'm assuming that the property owners are all acting in good faith. The lawyers will figure that out if they're not. But if you have a church that's struggling to maintain membership and financial wherewithal and keep the lights on and those kind of things. It's not uncommon for churches throughout Pinellas, throughout the country. Then you want to have an opportunity. Actually, the very first apartment I lived in when I moved out of my parents' house was an apartment that was on the edge of a neighborhood, very much like what is kind of described in one of the proposals, probably a little smaller than what's in the proposal. And that having those apartments in a traditional residential neighborhood was really, really attractive, and at that point made it very affordable, not having to live in one of those giant complexes out on 4th and Gandy with all the amenities. But so I see that, and I actually, it's where I first lived was not that far from this spot. But on the other hand, if we were doing all the things, if we were going to be doing a developer's agreement in not site plan, Commissioner, but if we were going to do all the developer agreement and the limitations, all that, I would feel a lot more comfortable leaving today where we are. And I also am concerned that the questions about where we were in the process were different. We got different answers this morning. So I'm still struggling with this one a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. Any other? Yes.
And if just one more thing is that we've heard in some of the emails, I haven't seen anything official, but we've heard complaints about level of service from our first responders, and I haven't seen anything that actually backs that up, that our first responders can't respond to emergencies in West St. Pete and Gulfport and Pasadena. So I want to make that clear. And also, I'm not that far from another Blue Sky development, which has been a great addition to the neighborhood it's in. So again, trying to make it fit for all the right reasons.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I see. Yeah, Commissioner Gerard.
Just one comment about police and fire response or EMS response. I hope that if that is the case, we're looking at that regardless of what we do today. That would be unacceptable for there to be, response that wasn't up to our standards. So,
I'm sorry. Say that again, Commissioner Gerard.
well, I would hope if we have a problem with the response times for EMS, police, or fire, that we're looking at that anyway. So if you have a problem, please let us know that, because that's something we would take care of regardless of what happens today.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, I'm ready.
If you're ready to entertain a motion, I would move that we accept the request for a change for the countywide planning authority to residential low-medium based solely on our request today, which is to approve or not approve the request for the countywide plan map amendment. Has nothing to do with the project. I'm making that motion as it relates to the request for the countywide plan map amendment to move accordingly.
And if I could just ask for one clarification from Commissioner Flowers. I think I heard you say residential medium.
I'm sorry.
There are actually two plan categories proposed. So just to clarify that you're moving staff's recommendation.
Staff's recommendation of residential medium and residential low medium. Please forgive me for not putting that second one in. That is my motion.
Second from Commissioner Gerard.
Mr. Chair, did you want to allow that additional speaker to speak?
Yes, I do. Thank you for reminding me. We had one person that signed up in the Citizens to be Heard and wanted to speak to this, so we got back a hold of him, so he's back on. So go ahead.
Okay, and the speaker is Dave Waddell. So, Mr. Waddell, if you would go ahead and raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. Once you're unmuted, state and spell your name and state your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And go ahead, Dave.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Board of County Commissioners, and of course, Commissioner, Administrator Barry Burton. Thank you all for letting me speak today. My name is David Waddell. I reside at 4835 164th Avenue North. I'm the acting president of the Pinellas Groves Hamlet Citizens Committee, also referred to under Building Review Services as, let's see, what they call me? A neighbor. we've been talking to you folks for 15 years now, and you know, we were called NIMBYs. We got some serious problems that obviously are on display today. Commissioner Seal, we met back in December of 2018.
Hey,
and then,
Dave.
of course-
Hey, Dave,
Yes?
I'm going to ask you to stick to the comments of this case. We're not really talking about any other
Oh,
issues.
no. Oh, no. I
Okay,
didn't want to
and don't, Dave, and please direct it in general, not to a specific commissioner. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I don't want to speak to this agenda item. I wanted to speak under citizens to be heard, agenda item 5. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, then we'll cut you off right now, and we'll hear back from you in just a little bit, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay. What's that?
I'm second.
Yeah,
Oh, she
Commissioner
already
Gerard
seconded?
seconded
Okay.
that. Yeah, and I guess I share some of Commissioner Justice's concerns. You know, when I first got here, I always talked about doing site plan stuff, and we don't do site plan stuff here. Everybody keeps reminding me of that. And in this case, in the countywide plan, we have a restricted area of response, and there's a lot of concerns that we have about it, and it is concerning. And we're going to rely on our I guess the government partner in St. Petersburg to listen specifically about a site plan or a specific project that comes to them that fits and meets the neighborhood standards. So, but it is a little bit disconcerting what we are directed to address versus what the concerns that are raised in a meeting like this. So, do I have any other comments before we vote? Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry. Who opposed? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. 6-1, it passes. Okay, now it's 12:15, and I'm in a bit of a quandary. We have quite a few citizens to be heard, and in fact, if I take a moment and counted them, which I probably ought to do, 1, 2, 3, 6,
I am
7,
starving.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, we have probably 16, 17. So we're talking about an hour worth of comments. And so what I'm going to do is take a half hour break for lunch, and anybody get a chance to get something to eat. Come back here, and we'll come straight to citizens to be heard at 12:45. Thank you. Just again, wanted to thank all of you who are either waiting online on Zoom or here for your patience.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, you have item number 4.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. And just before I jump into that, thank you for reminding me. We had a second countywide planning authority item to be heard, and it has been asked to be withdrawn by the applicant. And I don't see the applicant here anymore. They probably left, but go ahead.
I do believe they have, Mr. Chair, but I did confirm with both Mr. Chapman from Forward Pinellas and the city.
So you want us to take motion to accept that, or do we need to take any action?
I don't think you need to take any action since the application has been withdrawn.
That application, the countywide plan amendment from Employment Target Employment Center to Multimodal Corridor and Target Employment Center on 72nd Street North has been withdrawn. Okay, now we can get back to citizens to be heard, and we will start with Sandra Stepanek, and then followed by Sharon Calvert, and then Robert Mueller.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sandra.
I would like to thank the BOCC for allowing me to speak today. In this crazy world we live in, we still have the opportunity to speak our voice and be heard. And not only be heard, but our government welcomes our opinion. We do live in the greatest nation in the world.
Thank you. I agree.
And thank you for allowing me to speak. And I respectfully ask you consider the following points. I live at the Yacht Haven condo complex on the Tierra Verde Grand Canal. The canal is filling in at a rapid pace. The difference in just a year is very astounding. We may be one storm away from it filling in completely. There is a sense of urgency that action be taken soon, dredging to keep the canal open and to ensure it remains safe to pass. I want to raise concerns regarding a timeline of the next steps I recently saw in the Tierra Verde Community Association newsletter. I believe the timeline is unacceptable considering how quickly the sand is filling in the canal. If quiet title is being taken to dry sand beaches, and I understand that is occurring, that could endanger or make it more difficult for any fix to keep the canal open. In addition, the canal is not a private canal. I live across from the marina, and most boats using the canal every day are not residents who live on the canal. From the marina itself to the island ferry shuttling tourists to the fishing charters, boat rentals, boat brokers, to the fuel dock, to the island grill residents in and the ice cream boat, it is obviously being used for commercial purposes. The past few days, a boat film crew has been using our canal as they filmed a fishing show. I do not know who, when, or why the county designated the Grand Canal private, but it is not truly private. The designation needs to properly reflect the canal's usage. Not sure if that is recreational or commercial. Therefore, I am concerned about the county's proposal to assess the residents who live on the canal, since half or more of the boat traffic is not from the canal residents. I live in a moderately valued 16 unit that happens to have a corner lot at the north end. We have the largest seawall on the canal, 450 feet, and any assessment based on the seawall footage is very, very concerning. In addition, proposing to only access canal residents is neither fair nor equitable. Sales taxes, tourist taxes.
Yeah, just a sentence or two, please. Just a sentence more or two, if you have it, because we really have a lot of people.
Yes, sales tax, tourist tax, gas tax is being collected for commercial use on the canal, and I request that you consider other sources of funding, such as these, rather than assessing the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Okay, Sharon Calvert, Robert Mueller, and then Karen Wise.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Calvert, and I also live in Tierra Verde and here to speak on the Grand Canal issue. I also live on the north end of the canal in the 16-unit condo that is the corner lot with one of the largest seawall. I do want to thank Kelly Levy for the time I spent on the phone with her and her getting back to me about how corner lots can be dealt with regarding any assessment. But I asked the county to bring a sense of urgency to the sand issue. Dredging is needed as soon as possible to keep the canal safe for passage and stop the quiet tidal that's occurring with the dry sand. We cannot wait another 12 months or more, and that's unacceptable. COVID did not delay the sand from filling in. And as I told Kelly, the sand may be moving down the canal. From a meeting last March, dredging has to be done, and I was understood that the permits were going to be pursued back at that time, but I'm very concerned about the status of all the permits because any delay is concerning. The Grand Canal is an important recreational resource in Pinellas. I don't believe you want it to close or become dangerous to navigate. And again, living across from the marina, I see the boat traffic every day, and the majority of the traffic is from commercial businesses, not from those who live on the canal. Again, sales tax, gas taxes, tourist taxes are all being generated every day by these businesses. And the state of Florida owns the bottom of the canal, and residents pay submerged land leases to the state. But somehow the state is not obligated to keep the canal navigable. That doesn't make sense to me. Where do those funds go? You know, as a Tierra Verde residents paying a submerged land lease, are we paying for somebody else's channel to keep open? And to my knowledge, owners of property on the beaches are not specifically assessed for beach renourishment projects. So how is dredging the sand, and hopefully that some of that sand can be reused for beach renourishment, different? I asked the county to consider other funding sources, as I do believe it's unfair and inequitable for the county to only assess property owners on the canal. I'm told the canal was dredged decades ago by a private developer, but most people really don't know the history to that. And it's kind of difficult to swallow if we're told public money could not be used to keep the Pinellas County recreational resource open when we see public funds being used for other things, incentives, subsidies for private projects, development, et cetera. Again, where do the state submerged land lease fees go? Is there other state money available? I asked the county to please think outside the box for how this project may be funded fairly, and make sure we have a plan A, B, C, and please bring a sense of urgency to move up the timeline for dredging, because that cannot wait, or all of the Tierra Verde property values will be negatively impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Robert Mueller, then Karen Wise, and then Brad O'Brien. Welcome.
Thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for having me. And I
introduce
I'm sorry.
yourself, please.
Thank you. So what we're talking about, and I did not get to hear all of the last person, but we're talking about.
Robert, I need you to introduce yourself.
Oh,
and
I'm
your
sorry.
address.
Sorry about that. I just walked in the door and I got my name called, so I apologize. Robert Mueller. I live at 936 Pinellas Bayway. I am a homeowner out there, and then I'm also one of the commercial businesses that are in the Tierra Verde Marina resort area, the Island Grill and Raw Bar. So I'm coming from both parts. But so what we're talking about here is the entryway to the Grand Canal. And the entryway cannot be more than 50 to 100 yards wide. That's where the sand that's where the sand is migrating to. And then when you get into the canal, it's 3/4 of a mile up to where all the commercial businesses are. There's a Marriott Hotel, Marina, has 400 plus boaters. You've got all your captains and dolphin boats out there and what have you. So the question is, this waterway has been open for hundreds of years. It has always been flushed through. So where's the sand actually coming from? And when you really think about it, and I've been here for quite a few years, but the beaches have been replenished, which is a great purpose, and they should be. But that sand does migrate south, and it's all land, not all of it, but it's landing up in our little area there. So that entryway has to be kept open. But the beaches from Sand Key to Bel Air, all the way down, get refurbished. And that's a good cause, but why should we have to pay for that? So the other thought I had, or question, and it's my understanding that Pinellas County has indicated they're going to indicate, or that they intend to recommend to the board here that the method of assessment will be based on the property owner's linear footage of seawall. And again, I'm a homeowner out there at the very end of the canal there, but I don't even own a boat. So, but what I do see on my balcony at most nights, there are hundreds of boats going by. There are the boat captains going by. There are the commercial fishing people going by. There's the dolphin watch going by. There's a couple 100-foot plus dining cruises that come in, and they're going up and down that canal. This canal is a commercial waterway. There are, in my understanding, I haven't counted, but I'm looking at a letter here. There's 9 commercial businesses that operate in that canal, and they're primarily all for commercial.
I'm going to give you 15 more seconds because I stopped you. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right. As a commercial owner and the other commercial owners, we pay millions of dollars to St. Pete. Their annexation of that's a whole nother topic. But St. Pete has no skin in this game at all, and they should. Pinellas County, the sand is, I believe, coming down because of Pinellas County. I believe I believe St. Pete should have some, and the lady was talking about submerged, the state, a lot of those funds are submerged.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's going to have to.
I haven't even got into Fort DeSoto, which is a commercial road. Yeah. Millions of people go down there every day.
We'll have some other opportunities, but thank you.
And so do those boats on those back of those cars. Thank you. I'm sorry. I respectfully wish you to think about this and not just tack on to the homeowners of the waterway. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think Karen Wise. Yes, please. And then Brad O'Brien, and then Tommy Holmes. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is Karen Wise. I've lived on the island. I live at 361 6th Avenue North.
Pull that down so we can hear you.
I'm sorry?
No, just pull it down so we can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I live at 361 6th Avenue North. I'm about 5 houses down from the Madonna Bridge on the small canal that feeds into the Grand Canal. I echo what my previous speakers have talked about relative to commercial use. I tell you that, though, because I wanted to put a face with your perceptions of Tierra Verde. As I said, I've lived there 23 years. I'm 71 years old. I'm here on behalf of myself and my neighbor, who's 89-year-old widow. To only assess those of us with an arbitrary mark in the sand, if you will, of Madonna seems very unfair, especially given all of the commercial use that is happening on that canal down there right now. For example, the marina alone has 470 slips. 150 of them are wet slips. The boats that are in those slips have to be 35 feet or larger, and they charge a minimum, this is a minimum, of $16.50. Annual revenues are exceeding $50 million. You know, it doesn't come, you all have a great responsibility. Florida is growing unbelievably. You know it, I know it. Unbridled growth is not good. And it's up to you to make sure that your long-term residents are represented and, you know, their interests are held. I found this morning's discussion very interesting. That issue dealt with density, bottom line. Tierra Verde is quickly becoming the island that is the plague of high density. Our traffic is increased on our roads. Our traffic has increased in our waterways. And now you want to hold a handful of residents responsible for paying to dredge a canal that is one of the few deep water access points in all of Pinellas County. That will have an impact not only on the people that are adjacent to the waterways, it will have an impact on all property values in Tierra Verde. And your tax base will also be affected by that. That's really all I had to say. I'll be glad to take any questions if you have it. This is an issue, obviously, that is very near and dear to my heart. I've never come before you before, but as a long-term resident, I hate to see what's happening to the islands in Tierra Verde in your backyard.
Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. Okay. Brad O'Brien, and then Tommy Holmes, and then Eddie. All I have is Eddie for this third person. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Brad O'Brien, the General Manager of Port 32 Tierra Verde, the marina Karen was just referring to. A lot of these guys have already touched on some stuff that I was gonna mention. So, main thing: 90% of our customers, not customers, the people that are coming in and out of that canal, are not residents. Tourists, in-trans boaters, restaurant visitors, hotel visitors, fishermen, they're all using it. And I agree with everybody that has spoke before me. I personally think the taxes that everybody has been mentioning, submerged land lease, all of these things are kind of making us wonder where that money is going. Sense of urgency has already been discussed. I used to have 7-foot vessels or 7-foot giraffes in the north corner of the basin, no problem. Now I have boats that are 2.5 to 3 feet in draft, touching at low tide. So sense of urgency is imperative, and it really does need to be addressed. I don't want to keep saying the same things, but these guys are 100% accurate in what they're saying, and something has to be done about this. Otherwise, it's going to affect all of Pinellas County, not just the residents, hundreds of jobs, 12 local businesses. Bobby mentioned 9, but I think there's even more than that. So please look at this, and if there's anything we can do to expedite the process, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is this Brad? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
That was Brad. Sorry, I'm just getting a little confused here. Tommy.
Tommy.
Come on up, Tommy.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners. I'm Tommy Holmes, 340 Pinellas Bay, Unit 301 in Tierra Verde, also Yacht Haven condominiums. I would just like to say that my fellow citizens have already said a lot in regards to this topic about the dredging. I echo everything that they have already said, but I do want to state that I am opposed to the assessment falling on the shoulders of the homeowners for the dredging of the canal. I say this as I feel there's a potential imbalance on how the assessment will be calculated and applied to the homeowners along the canal, either by property value or by total seawall frontage. I believe the canal is not a private canal, as has already been stated, and placing the majority of the burden on the homeowners to pay the assessment appears to be grossly unfair. Classification of the canal should be commercial or recreational and not private, based on the amount of recreational boaters and commercial boat companies using the marina, as well as the presence of a restaurant and hotel located at the end of the canal in the marina itself. I'd also like to echo or mention, as the other citizens have, that regarding the dredging itself, that timeline really needs to commence sooner than later, as the canal is filling up quickly, and that is going to impair the use not only on a recreational basis but also cause unsafe navigation as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tommy. Okay, Eddie, and then Sheila Nagley, and then David Ballard Geddes Jr. Eddie, Sheila Nagley, David Ballard Geddes Jr. Oh, did I call your name? Come on up, please. Sheila? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, my name is Sheila Nagley, and I also live in Yacht Haven, right across from the marina. And I'm a widow on a fixed income, and I don't own a boat. So if residents are assessed, it's going to be a hardship for me. And I'm sure there's many others on fixed incomes as well. The timeline for dredging now is fall of next year, and as we talked about, the filling in has changed dramatically even in the last month without going through our current upcoming storm season. So I'm very concerned about that. And I've seen several sailboats bump ground right in front of the fuel dock area, which is right in front of our complex, and that never happens. So it's filling in all the way at the end of the canal, not just, the north end, not just where you come in, which is where that's the part that's really concerning because of closing it off, but it's still up in the north end as well. So what can we do to make dredging happen sooner than that plan? And earlier, somebody mentioned quiet title. That's very concerning because that could make it private property and make it even more difficult to dredge. So the main concern to me is that it's not a private canal, and apparently that designation is limiting the sources of funding that we have. So perhaps changing that to recreational or commercial. Because who decided, who made it a private canal and why? Because that seems to be the solution to finding some other sources of funding. I don't think it's fair that the property owners on the canal have to pay for the dredging. Do beach owners have to pay for renourishment? Property owners on the beach, that is? If so, how's that calculated and how's it administered? And the sand that's filling in the canal is from renourishment. So should the people that did the renourishment have to pay for the damage like people have to do when water from their property goes on to other people's property? For years, Yacht Haven and other condominium complexes with boat slips have paid submerged land lease fees to the Department of Environmental Protection. Where is that money going? What do they use that for? And all the tax dollars that are being collected from the commercial properties, it just doesn't seem right to me that St. Petersburg gets all that benefit and doesn't have to do anything to maintain it. Tierra Verde has been a donor community to the county, and now we are in need of your help. I ask you to please get the Grand Canal dredged as soon as possible and find other sources of funding to pay for it instead of placing the burden on the residents who live along the canal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Eddie gotten here or no? Okay. And then I would have David Ballard Geddes Jr., and then Mike Venson, and then Pastor Johnson.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. Benjamin Franklin originally tabled Voltaire to write the Declaration of Independence, but Thomas Jefferson balked, stating that Voltaire would have candidly written it as a gay joke, keeping in mind, again, that the Declaration of Independence in actuality serves as preamble to Hamilton's Second Constitution. Also keeping in mind that Thomas Jefferson's Religious Freedom Act serves as a departure from Almighty God, recognized as nature's God in the Declaration. The Declaration of Independence continues to state, a long train of usurpations to establish despots and tyrants prince, further declaring this tyrant to be a prince. But who is this prince? Is Thomas Jefferson's prince in declaration of a person? Or is his prince a vernacular to a political playwright? A political playwright titled The Prince, written by Machiavelli in the year 1513. A Machiavellian prince, a tyrant declaring to drive a long purple train of usurpations as based on Federalist Paper 67, used to formulate county code as reflected in Federalist Paper 7, 36, and 42. Code to a political playwright revealed in the county's Home Rule Charter, Section 2.04Q. In the transferring of county function and county power, privatizing government through form-based code development practices invoked by the county to instate its own dissolution and contrived usurpation chartered to give rise to the effigy of a Machiavellian prince, naturalizing its vernacular as a tyrannical water jurisdiction, as a political playwright under the 14th Amendment, using the purple pipe of the reclaimed water to its play in the capturing of the water supply in Article 1, Section 8 of Hamilton's first Constitution, a long purple pipe of usurpations claiming to vanquish Christianity in its process based on Federalist Paper number 2, a tyrant deaf to the voice of justice as declared. This Machiavellian prince was labeled a villain in his day and is today characterized to include Thomas Jefferson himself as a tyrant and a felon, rising as of self-evident fact in Article 4, Section 2 of Hamilton's first Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Pastor Johnson, and then I don't have anybody else in the room. I do have some folks online or phone calling. I just want to make sure that is accurate. I don't have you. I have you down for the previous one. I don't have that one. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson. No, it was somebody else I was speaking to.
Very good. Thank you. Of course, I got my Bible here. I mean, what's the pastor like without a Bible, right? Of course, we understand that life is about God. God made life, and he gave it to each one of us. The problem is, we all were born from Adam, and Adam sinned. He went against God. And so all of us have a nature of sin. And that's why God gave Jesus Christ. He came to earth. He lived a perfect life. And therefore, he pleased God in every way, and he became the second Adam. So he was the second man that was tried, but he proved himself faithful, and God received Jesus Christ. And the good thing for each one of us is that because Christ was received, you and I can be received through Jesus Christ. Now, again, this is an opportunity for people to be heard. And I want to thank you for that opportunity, because often people need to hear. Because we have not learned properly, and again, that's why Christ have come, that we could actually have the privilege and the right to hear properly from God. So except we come through him, God don't receive us, but as we come to God through Christ, God hear us. And so people need to hear that there is an open door to have real life. And when it comes down to building our homes and our communities and in our counties and our countries, we need to have God in the center of what we're doing. The word is very clear that except the Lord builds the house, they that labor in vain that builds it. What that is saying, it doesn't matter how big and how beautiful and how exciting and how wonderful your house that you built is, except God builds the house. We're laboring in vain. And I'm saying today, it's time for us to wake up and build some houses that's going to really stand the test of time. And as I have learned, and as God's word teaches, God got to be the one that works through us. So his last command, and this is what it seemed that many churches have left outside of who they are, was Matthew 28, 18 through 20. Go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. And that's his last command. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, Greg Pound. That's anybody else that's in the room. I'm showing Greg as the last one to speak in the room, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. Listen, I want to bring the issue of what's going on in the state of Florida and pretty much in our whole country, and this destruction of our families. Psalms 11:3 says, if the foundation be destroyed, what then can the righteous do? Now, when we see a system that's anti-family, anti-men, anti-God, anti-children, we're in big trouble. And if this country doesn't repent, the Creator can give us the power, but it's going to have to be with the leadership, the men. And we see the men they got to get themselves under control. You know, we got this gay pride coming up in St. Pete this next week, and you're going to see men walking around in jock straps, okay, and children all over the place. And I want to know why the police aren't out there arresting these people for their indecency. I mean, this is perversion out of control. And they're all white people. What happened to the white culture? Why are the white people have gotten so out of control? And you just can't make it up. You can go down there and look at them. Just like the Tampa one. They were all white people. The white people now are out of control. They're destroying America. They're selling our country out. And it's a mess. And it all begins in one place, the home. You read the book of Esther, and you see what happened to you just read the book of Esther and see what happened with the king of Persia, that situation. It's a real short book, but it's powerful, powerful message about when women get out from under their protection and authority of their husband and start to assert that authority by taking it over. God has placed restraints on men and women, and it's called the marriage relationship. And it's called, once you get married, divorce has been accepted to America in our culture now, and it's literally destroying us. So what you see is this scam that Florida ran on this domestic violence that used the law enforcement of the state of Florida as mercenaries to assert the authority structure of the man in the state of Florida. And you see the millions of dollars family court, Planned Parenthood made. And you go and read what Margaret Sanger said on how to destroy the family. First started with the black family, then the white family. How to assert the authority of the man by getting the man out of the home. And then the state and giving the women the money to do it, and separating the children from their fathers. And now we have this society that's totally messed up and out of control. Our money's not going to deliver us. Listen, our money is being our money's getting ready to implode. Our whole system is under judgment. We're under a heavy, heavy judgment. Because if we don't repent, I'm telling you, if you don't see the judgment coming, it's because if you look at 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 4, it says, the God of this world has blinded their eyes that they can't see. You can't see it. You don't see it, what's coming, the judgment. Look at history. Go back. We're repeating history over again. We've become wealthy, and our wealth corrupts us, and it's going to destroy us. So I just want to encourage you, repent or perish, America, and your leaders are the ones that are going to be held accountable.
Okay, Jeanette, we have half a dozen or so on Zoom or phone call, so go ahead, start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 7 individuals pre-registered to speak on the Citizens to be Heard section of the agenda. The first individual to speak is Stacy Gear. Ms. Gear, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. I do not believe that Stacy has joined us today, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker. The next individual to speak would be Gabriela da Silva. Gabriella, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Chair, I don't believe that Ms. Silva has joined us today. Our next individual registered to speak is David Waddell. Mr. Waddell, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item. Once you are unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Waddell.
Yes, Honorable Chair, Board, and County Administrator, my name is David Waddell. I reside at 4835 164th Avenue North, Clearwater, Florida, 33762. I am currently the president of our 700-plus members of citizens here in this county of the Pinellas Groves Hamlet Citizens Committee. Now, years back, I learned a lot from a number of individuals down there, and I want to thank you all for the education you've given me. I also want to thank you for the outstanding performance of last year. You deserve a lot of accolades and kudos. But in the mix of all that, of course, some things got misplaced and misinterpreted. But John Maroney, I think, probably taught me the most, not only about government, but about life. And he said that if our word is no good, what good are we? And we've been having a discussion now for 15 years. We're very similar to the Tides, but we have a history on this property out back here that was purchased by Mr. Collins. And since December of 2018, the county's been well aware that this is a preeminent parcel for our mitigation of flooding back here. Always has been. I got taken out to the woodshed this weekend by our constituents in the committee. I don't even know why they're letting me be president, but they got to throw somebody to the wolves. So that means somebody's coming with me. And today, Barry, it's you. I was told that you were well aware back in 2018 December this property, and that's when you just came on board. I wanted to sit down with you. Then I discovered that we have money for stormwater in the penny fund. Yet we're setting aside lands now for environmentally sensitive exposure, and all along, we could have used money from the stormwater. All right? I don't know what happened there, but this land out back, I got that price down, or we got that price down to $650,000. Collins walked in and got it for $640,000. How embarrassing. I'm going to quote Mr. Collins from the newspaper here, and this is embarrassing. For God's sake, people. You know, I had a lot of good professional guidance from guys like David Healy, John Cueva, Pete Yock. I don't know what the heck's happening down there, but we can't even communicate and get a simple meeting done regarding land use and zoning. This is how confusing, contrived, and it's not being standardized. That's the problem. But Mr. Collins said if the county can put away beautiful pieces of property for ultimately the common good for the public, I think that's a good thing. But they can't just sit around and do nothing and have wishful thinking.
All right. Hey,
or else
Dave,
these opportunities are going to go away, Collins said.
thank you, David. Hey, David, one more sentence. Go ahead.
That's fine. I'll be coming back to you in 2 weeks. These folks expect me to perform. I expect you to perform. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Our next speaker registered is Dave Silman. Mr. Silman, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak on this item? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Silman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Dave Silman, Sillman, 1607 Stonehaven Way in Tarpon Springs. My comments really relate to much of what's been discussed this morning, in particular the earlier presentation by Ms. Perkins on hurricane preparedness. We have got to help that poor woman out. Her job is getting tougher every year. I believe 2020 was the first year ever there were so many named storms in the Atlantic that we ran out of letters in the English alphabet to name them all and had to roll over to the Greek alphabet. And the trend is also, and science clearly points to stronger storms, more deadly storms, more expensive storms. This is an unsustainable situation. And Ms. Perkins mentioned mitigation, which I guess ultimately is what I wanted to talk about today. There are 180 cities in the United States, 14 counties and 7 states that have formally committed to transition to 100% clean energy by a date certain, most between 2035 and 2050. 11 of those cities are here in Florida, and I'm proud to say 4 of those cities are here in Pinellas. St. Pete was the first city to make such a commitment back in 2016, which was bold and which was prescient because these commitments are only coming out ever faster ever since. These commitments are coming out across the world as well. Globally, 100% commitments doubled in 2020. There are 100 million Americans, almost a full third of us, that live in a place that has already made this commitment. Most notably, there are already 52 cities in the United States that have already achieved 100% clean energy, and the study and analysis and pathways and blueprints toward this end are coming out all the time. This is an absolutely feasible idea, and that's being borne out all over. In addition, there are also 300 global corporations that have made these commitments as well. The corporate world actually led in this idea, making some of the first of these 100% commitments. And it's always been from the top down. It's not small mom and pops. It's not vegan restaurants. It's the Fortune 100 and their global peers. It's the Apples, the Googles, the Amazons, the Goldman Sachs, the BlackRocks. Many of these early adopters have come back to strengthen their commitments. Microsoft is a great case. I think they have the most aggressive goals that I know of. They actually committed just a couple of years ago to being carbon negative by producing more clean energy than they use for both their operations and across their entire supply chain. This is not altruism. This is happening because clean energy is already cheaper than fossil fuel. Solar and wind beat coal and natural gas already today and continue to get better and cheaper every year. The transition is already well underway. There is no place on earth that has more skin in the game than Pinellas County, and we need 100% commitment at the county level. Thank you.
David, thank you, David. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, our next registered speaker is Philip Bergquist. Mr. Bergquist, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Philip, you may need to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Philip Bergquist. That's Bergquist. I live at 499 Laguna Drive in Tierra Verde. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon about the dredging of the Grand Canal. And forgive me if I repeat some of which you've maybe already heard from previous speakers. I'm part of a group of about 50 owners on the canal that I think are 100% supportive of dredging the Grand Canal. I think they want to see a timely and permanent solution. And while many residents don't feel they should pay anything, I believe that many would be supportive of a fair and balanced funding solution. But at the moment, it seems that the bulk of the costs will be borne by the individual residents owning property on the canal. So it seems incumbent on the county to clearly explain what funding sources were explored and rejected and why this project, from a funding perspective, is significantly different from beach replenishments. It also seems important to explain how balance is being achieved. Is it value or usage or a little bit of both? We understand that the county is leaning toward an assessment based on linear seawall feet, which would suggest that the marina would pay about 9% of the total cost. But a linear foot metric is not reflective of boat size, usage, or relative value of the underlying properties. Now, what we see, based on actual numbers and usage, is that both are mostly heavily skewed toward the commercial side, as has been previously mentioned. The marina harbors about twice as many boats, about 510, as all the residents in the canal combined, and the vast majority of which need the southern pass to ingress and egress. As for usage, on any given day, about 75% of the boats using the canal, I think was mentioned maybe 90% earlier, are commercial or probably derived not from residents, but from the marina or from people coming into the canal for gas, food, or lodging. For example, having done some measurements, we count about 50 residents might take their boats out on a daily basis on a given day. There's about 10 fishing charters. There's about 10 freedom boat users. There's about 50 ferries that go every day. There's about 40 dry dock boats that are placed into the water. And there's about 30 wet slips that probably actually sail. So a private use is about 25% each day based on usage alone. And yes, while our property values reflect the fact that we live on the canal, many people's property values would be affected by a closure of the Grand Canal. If the residents, for example, suffered a 10% decline in value, the county's property tax receipts could see a $500,000 drop each year. I suspect the marina's $9 million assessed value would likely be dramatically impacted, as would the Island Grill's $2 million assessed value, and the hotel's $15 million assessed value. The state of Florida could annually lose almost $200,000 in sales tax revenue from boat slip rentals alone. The county gets about $30,000 of sales tax revenue and about $250,000 from the hotel tourist development tax. So I suspect both those also could be affected. So a lot of people have a stake in the Grand Canal, which is why I think we're looking for, from you, a fair and balanced solution.
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you for your attention.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, we have two more folks registered to speak, both by phone. The first one is Karen Wise, who I believe was here earlier. I don't know if she's also on the phone, but if you are, Karen, would you raise your hand in the Zoom application? She's here.
Yeah, she
okay. Are you
spoke.
good, Karen?
Yep. She
Okay,
spoke.
very
Thank
good.
you.
And then the second one is Edric Ingert. Edric, if you are with us, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak? It does not appear that Edric is with us, and that is all of the registered speakers that I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, Barry, just real quickly, I know there's some folks still here. We're planning a workshop to further discuss this item in July.
That's correct.
Okay.
Let me pull this
Just
up.
make sure we got the right date.
Yeah, so, and I know the residents are concerned about the Grand Canal filling up. So are we, because if it does fill up, we've been told it'd be impossible to get it, back open. We discussed that at a couple of meetings that we had down there, a year and a half ago. The idea is that we are ready to go. That's the reason we're going to be briefing you, to be able to submit the permitting applications. It is not a quick process, and it has taken us this year to get ready to be able to go into that permitting process. So pending the discussion with you at the workshop, we'd be prepared to submit to the state. We're going to have virtual community meetings in August or September, and so then we have a timeline to be able to get the state permit finalized by the end of this year.
Okay.
So we do have a timeline. That's what they were referring to. Unfortunately, we don't control that permitting process. We have to submit for that.
Okay. And so we will be having virtual meetings to get additional input from the residents?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And somebody had called me and asked if at our workshop they could speak, and I said, well, if I'm smart enough, I'll figure out a way to do it, but I didn't want to go too much longer than 15 minutes, and so short of drawing short straws or long straws for speaking, I think what we'll do is just make the workshop for the commission to discuss the staff's position and the staff discussion, and then we'll have our discussion as well. We'll have another commission meeting in 2 weeks, which we can hear additional input. I would just ask that we get the verbatim comments that were made today delivered to us for our July 8th meeting, so that we can just summarize. I think there's a good summary here of the issues that are concerns that have been raised, But we'll have another meeting before that meeting, and then we'll have another meeting in July, a commission meeting that you can also speak at these kind of sessions. We'll have a couple more in August for sure. So,
And understand, before you would ever adopt a resolution to impose any assessment method, there will be public hearings and public comment at that time.
Yeah, at the end of all of that,
Correct.
Before we vote on anything here at a meeting, we would have that public comment as well. So I think there'll be plenty of opportunities, but I just wanted to get back to the specific request on speaking at our workshop. I think we have some work to do ourselves, and so I'm going to just keep it that way at our meeting on July 8th. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was going to ignore this, but I'm just having a hard time doing that. I would just like to caution our folks that come and speak to our commission on the citizens to be heard. And if you were new today, I'm not talking to you. But words matter, and words that you use matter. And I just really want to caution you. Several of us were at the Florida Holocaust Museum the other night talking with folks there who've been really impacted by a Holocaust. And to see that word used casually, to me, is inappropriate and offensive. And I just wanted to make that point.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Long.
Yes, as to the point about the Grand Canal, Barry, I agree with what Commissioner Justice says, but that's not the first time we've had outrageous things said this past year, and it just kind of is where we are in the world today. But back to the Grand Canal issue. You know, I clearly understand the permitting issues and the time and how long it takes to get any of this stuff done. We're dealing with the same kind of delay on the Johns Pass issue, for example. But, you know, Mother Nature isn't waiting for us in our permitting process, and it's not waiting for all the regulatory people that have to weigh in when we start talking about this kind of stuff. And I can remember having this discussion about the Grand Canal 4 or 5 years ago. And here we are, and we're still talking about it. So, I mean, at some point, I guess I would like to see us do something besides just, you know, chit-chat.
Well, I mean, a key piece, but a key piece to this is funding. And if we want to fund every channel that fills in, well, you know the financial impact of that. And so we first had to study about where the sand was coming from. And we're going to get in this at the workshop. And we did a very in-depth study that looked at the sand migration patterns and what is actually causing that impact. And so I don't think we have time to go into that type of detail now, but there's been a lot of work on staff side to try to define, is it coming from the beach nourishment or is it naturally occurring? And so that was one of the key issues that we started out with trying to define before we moved to assess what options we have for trying to address the problem.
So may I do a follow-up? And with all due respect to everything that you just said and the very hard work of our staff and the folks at USF who have been doing studies on several of our projects of the same ilk revolving around our waterways, I hope that my comments are not lost in, I think we might be missing something here, because this board is supposed to be about establishing public policy. And I promise you, with the environment that we have and the waterways surrounding Pinellas County, this is not the only 2 canals we're going to be talking about over the next however long, you know, that Mother Nature and the oceans and the waves decide to keep on moving. And let's also keep in mind we are entering our biggest storm season of the year right now. So having a higher level discussion where we don't get into the weeds on individual pieces, but more talk about where we are as a county surrounded on 3 sides by water, I think is very important.
Okay, I said my piece, I'm done.
Yeah, I think probably all of us, including staff, agree with that. And I do think I think there was a comment made about thinking outside the box, and I think we just got to keep pushing the envelope in terms of getting feedback and getting this permit, as you say, when we get to that point, submitting the permit and putting as much pressures as we can, because we've been doing that on other areas, whether it's beach renourishment or whether it's other areas. So just whatever we can to accelerate the process so that we keep it in our control. The other piece of this is going to be the funding, as you said, and we're going to have to decide maybe the system, the process that we're looking at right now isn't the fairest and most balanced. I don't know. We'll have to get into that and look at that, because I do think there was a lot of good comments made about tourism making a big part of it, and they enjoy the use of that canal. And we've always said people that are tourists that enjoy the use of the canal, infrastructure-related issues, those are looked at in a different way. So I just think we have to keep an open mind to how we look at that. But I look forward to that conversation on July 8th. And folks, again, please tune in to that conversation and additional ones where we'll have some virtual abilities to plug in as well. And like the administrator said, before we ever come to a decision, we'd have an open hearing, open mic, so that we'll hear from you before we make any decision here at a meeting. So, okay. Anything else before I move on? All right, we have the consent agenda. Do I have a motion for approval? Second. And I just had two items. Item 8, which is an agreement to purchase polymers that are utilized at South Cross Bayou and the William Dunn Reclaim Facilities for $528,000 annually, average annually, for $2.6 million plus, is on the books. The recommendation is to approve approval of the rejection of bids from Nalco Company, LLC, and Fort Bend Services, and approval of the award of bid of the agreement with Polydyne, Inc. for wastewater polymers. But the total of that item is $2.642 million. Item number 9, which is the contract provides for new parts, VFDs, annual maintenance and repairs throughout the county, mostly to our water and wastewater operations. This is a recommendation to reject the bid received from Siemens Industry and to award a bid to Instrument Specialty, Inc. for Siemens in the amount of $279,000 annually for a 5-year contract of $1.398 million. So we have those two dollar items on the consent agenda. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Moving on to the regular agenda. Mr. Burton.
Item number 11 is a historic preservation ad valorem tax exemption for 5 recently renovated historic properties in the city of St. Petersburg.
Yes, Commissioner Seal.
Move approval.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Flowers. Oh, Peters, sorry about that, Commissioner Peters. Any questions for Barry? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 12.
This is a funding recommendation for the 2020 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, and this is a statewide administered grant. This requires a certificate of participation prior to the application process, and this will support 7 projects here in the county.
Commissioner Peters on the motion. Is it Commissioner Seal on the second? Okay. Any questions on item 12? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 13.
Item 13 is the third amendment. I'm very pleased to bring this forward to you for behavioral health consulting services with KPMG. This, as we've discussed, will design a coordinated access model as phase 3 of the strategic plan to elevate the adult behavioral health care system in Pinellas County.
Motion from Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Long. Do we have any questions? I do have a couple of folks that would like to speak on this. So the first item, I guess the first, we have, let me say, we have one person in I think they're here. Yeah, from KPMG, excuse me, Marty Brinsko. Marty is here. Did you have some comments you wanted to make? Yes. Thank you. Come forward. Hello there. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Marty Brinsko. That's MartyBrinsko, and I live at 452 72nd Avenue in St. Pete Beach. I'm a member of FAST, and I serve on the Behavioral Health Committee. We're very pleased to hear that the county is voting to move forward on the implementation, of a central pathway for behavioral health services. At the same time, our members have some questions about the proposal being brought forth today. To some of our members, it has seemed like we are just adding additional funding and an additional 44 weeks to a very long process that has already taken place, and we have yet to see a plan come forth from that. Meanwhile, people like my friend Jeff are trying to retrieve their lives after having been incarcerated for 2 years because our present system has seen him as a criminal rather than a man needing mental health services. We need to have a clear explanation for the people of our county on how the money is being spent and why the additional 44 weeks is being considered. In April of 2019, Mr. Burton stood in front of 2,500 of my fellow citizens of this county and promised to come up with a plan that would lead to a central pathway for behavioral health services. Now, it's 2 years later, and we still have not seen a plan, nor has the county issued a request for proposals and chosen a partner to implement this plan. So basically, we'd like 2 questions clearly answered. First, how are the people of Pinellas County now getting better access to behavioral health care because of the $1 million already paid to KPMG in 2019? And secondly, how will the people of Pinellas County get better access to behavioral health care after this additional $1 million is spent? And what will KPMG be doing with that money? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we have, at least I don't have anybody else that's here. And we have 2 people, I think, online that.
Yes, we do, Mr.
ahead.
Chair. The first person I have online is Rabbi Michael Torop. Hopefully I pronounced that halfway correctly. Would you go ahead and raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Rabbi Michael Torop, MichaelTorop. I live at 14099 Jennifer Terrace in Largo, 33774. Chairman Eggers and members of the County Commission, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am the co-chair of the Behavioral Health Committee for FAST, Faith and Action for Strength Together, and the Rabbi of Temple Beth El in St. Petersburg. We applaud the county for moving forward on a central pathway, and we are pleased that the county is slowly showing a willingness to act on one of the most important issues facing those of us who live here. But today I'm here to speak about real partnerships and collaboration with the folks who have been doing this work already. During the time that it's taken the county to get to this point, a group of providers has already gone ahead and created the Wellness Connection, the first central pathway for access to behavioral health services in Pinellas County ever, in response to concerns raised by the community. We are told that the biggest holdup with this program is that the county is not participating. The Pinellas County Behavioral Health System of Care Work Group, which is referenced as a partner in your briefing on today's agenda item, has not seen the county's proposal being put forth today. This group that meets monthly did vote to support the Wellness Connection, and the group continues to receive monthly updates, including data on the ongoing progress of the Wellness Connection. It is critical that the Commission be fully informed that much of the same work in this proposal has already been initiated or is under development through the Wellness Connection. How is extending another contract with an outside contractor, KPMG, working independently and not in close collaboration with the coordinated access model already in development, going to be better for our county than using those same dollars and investing them in developing the CAM here and now with real partners on the ground. If a promise or dream of the unknown is worth spending another $1 million and delaying for another year just to get a plan in place and begin implementation, you need to more clearly articulate why and how to the people of Pinellas County. How will this be better for thousands of citizens and their families who are struggling with mental illness and addictions? How will this be better than the central pathway, which is already partially built? We also want to be clear about what it means to have a central pathway. For the average person in the community, it means 24/7 access. It means a universal intake process so information gets shared between providers and you don't have to go through that process more than once. It means a warm handoff so people don't leave with more numbers to call. It means being directly connected to the service you need, whether that's a counseling appointment or admission to a facility, and having someone to follow up on, make sure that you actually get the help you needed.
Okay, thank you.
Most importantly,
Rabbi,
it means one central pathway.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next.
The next person that we have registered to speak is Robert Ward. Mr. Ward, would you please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press *9 so that we can unmute you to speak? Once you're unmuted, please state and spell your name and state your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Chair, I don't believe Mr. Ward has joined us today. I have no further speakers.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, again, we've had a lot of different groups that have been waiting patiently to speak throughout the morning and early afternoon, and some of them probably were there and couldn't stay on, so I apologize for that. It's just we're doing the best we can to get to you as quickly as we can. Just if you can, you want to call in at the next meeting, you clearly are more than welcome. It'll be a 2 o'clock meeting, be in the afternoon. I'm not, I was going to go to Dr.
I was going to ask, could he respond? I was going to ask
that's
if.
where I was going.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's all right, Commissioner.
I didn't know.
No, I wanted to just make sure that folks, had that opportunity. And go ahead.
Sure. Well, first, we're going to be meeting with FAST on Friday, okay? And so we'll outline kind of the provisions within the contract. The last speaker, I'm actually very glad he kind of outlined what it means to have a coordinated access model. The reality is the Wellness Connection provides none of that for the things that he outlined within that. If you want another 2-on-1, then that's what we have. We've met with them. We've looked at that. They're starting over in Hillsborough County. We welcome other opportunities to integrate this. The key, though, in what this 44 weeks will do is to provide that integration to where when you need service, that you're not given a referral to a number, but that you're given an appointment and a connection. And it's that warm handoff that's key to making a big difference in this system. We did look at the Wellness Connection. We have talked to them. We've met with them. And that's the reason we are proposing the structure here. If we see one of those others develop further to where they have the types of integration that we're talking about, we always have the ability to join that. But we're not even part of that. They wouldn't even be proposing to work with us until 2022. So us getting going on this, providing this, having that integration is key. We always have the choices on how we provide that service later based upon what we see.
So one of the questions was, how are people getting services today? Perhaps somebody else would, behind you might want to respond to it. But how are folks getting services today? And how have what we've done in the past 12 months to 24 months help to get us?
I would defer to staff. I mean, obviously we have a Central Florida Behavioral Health Network. That is not a county agency. That is a state-funded agency that funds nonprofits that provide services. That's one of the issues, is that there's a wide variety of access points if you're in need. That's the reason for this. This last year's effort was actually to get a handle on what we're getting in terms of deliverables under those contracts. That's key to be able to measure whether or not we can then integrate and have the warm handoff that they're referring to. So this is going to require partnerships. That's the reason you can't flip a switch and turn this on, because we need the nonprofits to work with us to integrate these systems. That's that next piece. That was clearly outlined in the strategic plan you all approved. a couple years ago, and this is the next piece in that process.
Did you all have anything that you wanted to add?
Good, it's Karen, our resident expert.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen Yatchum, Human Services Director. Just to kind of clarify, we have met with several groups, as we talked about in our one-on-one. So we met with Tampa Bay Thrives to hear what their model looked like. That's the Baycare Hospital model. We've also met with the Wellness Connection to hear their progress on their concept, and they are working together. We have stayed away from kind of the integral operations of that because we have a potential RFP that we could be issuing at a later date. To answer your question about how our service is being accessed currently, it's a myriad of options. So it's 2-on-1, it's walking into the behavioral health providers for outpatient services, it's referrals from law enforcement, referrals from child welfare. And I really think that when we did the over 100 interviews with KPMG during the first phase, what we heard is that there was still not an alignment on one place to go for services, one warm handoff. So we really want to use these 44 weeks with KPMG to develop what that system is really going to look like.
Okay, thank you. Just the way sometimes it's phrased, it's just that there's nothing going on, and clearly there is. And we're about trying to raise the bar. And I think it was about access, it was about intake, it was about warm handoff, and it was also about follow-up after the fact to make sure that the folks, our citizens, are getting what they
Absolutely.
What they deserve. Questions? Commissioner Flowers.
Not a question, but just a comment, since I've worked at Gulf Coast within this area and have worked with Eckert as a lead agency. I've worked with Central Florida Behavioral Health Network as a lead agency. I've worked for CCBFL, which is in Orlando, which is their lead agency piece. So all of those organizations that provide a form of social services have the one direct access point to the state of Florida for any reporting mechanisms, any payment mechanisms, and any reporting mechanisms. Then all of those entities have their own computerized system that they utilize within their own internal network in order to access information or to create client files, track data, et cetera. Then you have your lead agency that has its own system. So it is not going to be an easy process to just say we're all going to come together and we want to share this information. When you're talking about cross-pollinating information across different organizations, you've got to look within those contracts to see what can you share and what you can't share, and what the time frame is. All of them follow, of course, HIPAA guidelines. So you can do a warm handoff, but then there is going to need to be, or I would suggest that there should be a form that will be signed off on by everyone, so you're not looking at different documents. There is one document that's circulating that gives the availability for each entity to access that information, because you could be referred to Gulf Coast for your child welfare services, but be referred to Suncoast Mental Health for the mental health services for the children, but the adults go to directions. So I understand and I appreciate, and I said this when I spoke with FAS, I appreciate their focus and direction in this arena, because it's been a passion of mine. I've worked in this arena for over 30 years. I know Commissioner Peters has expressed, everybody here has expressed it, but it is not going to be an easy ship to put together. So it is unfortunate that it does take so long, but the only other alternative is like 211, where you're simply referring somebody. It's a phone call, here's who you call, and then you've got to keep that database updated to make sure they're still providing that same level of service, because every year the state issues their RFPs, and you can be an organization who've had that particular contract for 3, 4, 5 years, and you don't have it anymore. So it's going to take some time, but I think in doing that, hopefully KPMG will look at how it will cross-pollinate some of those things across sectors based on service levels and provisions, adult, children, mental health. Some facilities will provide additional services that deal with schizophrenia and those higher level services. Others don't, because they don't have the capacity to do it. So I do appreciate FAST concern and integration. I really am happy to see that the county is being a part of this. I know that despite what persons have said, Barry has been in touch with the leadership at Bayfront Medical Center, and that they have had conversations. So he has not removed himself. He has not removed the county from those conversations and dialogues. It's just, how do you move this ship? And this is going to be a really big ship to move to get everybody on board, because all of those entities also answer to a board of directors, and they're all different. So I just wanted to share that, only because I worked at Gulf Coast when some of this was going on, and then to be here now on this end, provides me a whole different perspective. But it can be done, but it's just going to take some time. And I'm very curious as to what system KPMG will come up with to build out, and how that will be approved across all of those entities and agencies.
Commissioner Peters?
Yeah, and I really appreciate FAST taking this on. I asked them for several years to take this on, and it took them, I'm glad they finally came on board. But I have to agree with what Commissioner Flowers has said. If we don't do this right, then so many more people are going to fall through the cracks and suffer in silence and die. Many of them will die. And so as much as I really tried to push this to go quicker, and if I had my druthers, we would have gone quicker. But if we don't do it right, then too many other people are going to suffer, and for far too long, for too many centuries, people have been suffering in silence, and we're going to get it right. And I do believe that if we do our due diligence and we do this right, it's my hope that we have the model for everyone else to follow in the state of Florida. Now, I did pass a law that requires us to have some kind of central receiving system, and after that law passed, we submit our plan every year. Like many counties, they submit a plan every year, but it never takes action. Those plans sit on a shelf. The plan was required. The transportation plan is required. We submit those every year, but no action is ever taken on those plans, and haven't been taken on those plans, really. Now, I can't say that, because that group that is doing the Wellness Center, they have done great things since that bill passed. And so they're partnering together. They're playing in the sandbox so much better than they ever were. And so Pinellas County is better off than we were even 4 years ago, because they're all playing in the sandbox so much better now. And they're doing really good things. And I love that they're taking this initiative. But the county has to continue on the path to make sure that we are not creating another 2-on-1. And Hillsborough's plan, although in the future it may be good, it doesn't give a warm handoff. And therefore, I don't think they're going to have the success that they think they're going to have until they do that warm handoff. And I think the warm handoff is the most critical part of our plan. And so FAST, please keep your due diligence, keep on us. Don't let us falter, but it is going to require a little bit of patience.
Yeah, and I think the comment is, I don't think anybody around this table or around this room are going to let it falter, including the person down on the end down there. So this is an extremely important issue nationwide, obviously, and into this county. Commissioner Long.
Yes, and I really...
Your microphone.
Sorry, can't see over this thing. When they come back to us with the ultimate recommendation, or maybe it's in a different phase, I don't know, but I'm curious in how they measure the outcomes and the success of what we're doing. Will that be in the plan as well?
Absolutely. That's been really part of what we've been working on with KPMG, is consistently tracking performance, outcomes. As you recall, phase 2 of the KPMG plan was the optimal data set, which was the performance-based contracting, the dashboard that will show performance. This really, the coordinated access model, is the next layer on top of that. And we've been doing that work in collaboration with the partners, with the providers in our community.
Yeah.
And are they resisting?
No, I really think it's a learning process for all of us. There are a lot of complexities. There's a lot of patient confidentiality. There are a lot of systems with multiple funders. There are multiple systems that the providers have to enter into and submit reports for. So we've really been working along the way. Some providers we're meeting with multiple times, one-on-one, to really understand what's in their electronic health record, and really for that the county has the heavy lift. So we're really trying to look at how can our staff work with the providers and do the heavy lift of the data manipulation. But as Commissioner Flowers said, there are a lot of complexities with multiple systems that the providers enter into.
And we're at that monthly meeting always, so
Yes.
appreciate your being there, listening in and participating. Commissioner Seal.
Yes, thank you very much. So as Commissioner Flowers alluded to and Commissioner Eggers followed up about the complexity of the one system, how are we moving towards the CIE idea that I brought forward, which would be a one system, one place?
So I think two parts. So we have had some initial discussions with KPMG about the CIE model specific to 211 San Diego to look at how can we incorporate some of those best practices into our behavioral health coordinated access model. They were aware of that model and have discussed bringing that into some of the facilitated workshops as well.
Because at the bottom end of the day, I don't think this will work unless we have an efficient healthcare record and an efficient system that goes with the patient. You know, we all can tell our own personal stories. My husband's signing up to go to see a hearing doctor, and he just filled out 8 forms, 8 pages of forms. And, I mean, this is ridiculous. So.
And I think the 44-week period really gives us, and that's the maximum. So, I mean, if we're done in 30 weeks, we're done in 30 weeks. But the 44-week period gives us an opportunity to build exactly what we want for our community.
I hope it's money well spent, because we are spending a lot.
Yeah. Did you have anything, Barry?
No, I was just going to clarify. I mean, with the San Diego model is a much more robust integration. We don't want to slow down on getting the integration on the mental health side while we're doing a review of 211. So just for clarity, we have the opportunity to keep that in mind and see where we're at as we move forward to look at the integration. But it wasn't doing it all together. Okay, so just,
I don't mind that it's not doing it all together, but I do want, as Commissioner Flowers already alluded to, one system. I mean, if we don't come out of that in the design of this, then I think it won't be practical.
Commissioner Gerard.
Well, just to make a comment about that, I would be willing to bet that the providers are way more interested in having one system than we are even. When I ran shelters, I literally had to enter data into 5 different systems. That's ridiculous. It's all the same data. And there was no integration because the funders wouldn't play in the sandbox. It's not the providers, it's the funders that don't play in the sandbox well together.
So the bottom line is, though, this is going to be essentially our system, so we should be able to rectify a lot of this.
But just to respond to that, we're such a minority funder that the other funders have to be the state of Florida, Central Florida Behavioral Health, the feds. They have to be on board because, you know, our money is this much. So we can say all we want that, well, I mean, to us it's a lot, but to these providers and to the state system, it's not. And, you know, if we can't get them on board, the system will fail. Just like the homeless system failed in being able to keep a current tab on how many beds there were on any given day. And it's not 211's fault.
Commissioner Flowers.
Does that 44-week also include your test time of the system?
no.
Just the build out?
It's the design.
The
It's
design?
the integration piece. Then we would have to RFP for whatever solution that we would come up with. And again, this is focused around the mental health piece and for that network. That's what this proposal from KPM does. So I don't want to. I just want to be clear that way. That it was never designed as a 2-on-1 review. Okay.
No, I wasn't implying that, but I mean, I think Commissioner Gerard makes some good points.
Yeah.
Which is, that's been haunting us, is to having too many multiple systems. And we have the opportunity, I think, to force the issue here.
I would agree with that, and staff would agree with that. And we want to see both come to a point where we provide better service.
Anybody, any other comments? And I think it's just a subtle thing, but here at the end of the right, it talks about an increase in the amount of 1.1 million for a revised total contract of. It makes me feel like it was a cost overrun when you say revised. So it's kind of amending the contract that we've had, is it not, Barry?
It is.
Okay, so we're adding a second phase to this, or a third phase to the process, not changing the original contract work.
It's a set of new task work.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? And I don't think we got a motion yet. Yeah, we did, that's right, Commissioner Peters, and who was
The second was long.
Thank you. Like I said, I knew we got a motion in a second. After all that conversation, I forgot. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 14.
This is the ratification of acceptance of American Rescue Plan federal funds for emergency rental assistance.
Second.
All right. Barry, this American Rescue Plan Act is just for rental.
This piece is for accepting. Go ahead, Bill. Provide clarification on that. There are other pieces to it. I just don't remember what they are.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is actually taking two different actions. One is ratifying the acceptance of the Emergency Rental Assistance 2 program, which is part of the American Rescue Plan Act. That was something that was accepted already by the county. We already have the funds, and we're ratifying that acceptance because there was a timing issue as it related to delegation of authority and when the local state of emergency expired. Basically, we missed by 2 hours. So that's one piece. The second piece is the acceptance of the state and local fiscal recovery plan funds, which is the $189 million that we're eligible for through the American Rescue Plan Act. That's different provision of this act, and it's different funds for different purposes. This is providing Barry the authority to accept those funds on behalf of the county.
We still have to bring back a specific plan on the use of those funds.
Okay, so we're still trying to go through that.
We haven't even begun that process
yet.
Okay,
and the idea behind this plan, as opposed to the one we had last year, which at that time had an end date of like 9 months later, this one has a end date
4 years?
4 years.
Yeah.
So we have until December 31st of 2024 to obligate the funds until December 31st of 2026 to expend all of those funds.
Okay, so a longer horizon, but we have a little more time to figure out exactly what we can use it for. And
we do. Okay. Part of that will be presented as part of the budget, but then there's follow-on pages. They've still been going through the rules, trying to figure out exactly what they can be used for. So we have a lot more work to do on the actual use of those funds.
And Barry, do you have a sense of when you'll have a plan put together that you can share with us that will tell us kind of when you plan to get these different spots done?
I would say soon, but to be real honest, we haven't even met as a staff yet on it. We've talked about certain pieces. We were waiting to see on the federal rules. Okay. For instance, we know certain component pieces that can be used, but clarifying the broad language with the rules, we've had to wait. And so we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, and then right now we're in the middle of budget. So it'll be soon. We want to start that, and what I really want to be able to present to you next month is component pieces that we know we want to use. That'll be key for some of your budget decisions. Yeah. So it'll probably be brought out in tranches. We know we want to use the following things for these purposes. The rest will be to be determined at a second phase.
That's fine. Just want to make you aware, because there's folks that are asking us already, and I'm just telling them it's a work in progress right
now.
We're coming soon.
We will get there. Yeah. We're just not there yet.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. And I know I've seen some cities that are receiving these same funds are already advertising town hall meetings to have the citizens help decide how they're going to spend the funds. So have we received the federal guidelines? We're just still evaluating them, or are we still waiting to receive the federal guidelines?
We've received, the federal guidelines have been published. They're FAQs that have been published as well to help clarify that further. There are additional questions that are being submitted literally on a daily basis. Every local government in the country is receiving funds. So every one of, not only us, but every one of the counties in the state of Florida, every city in the state of Florida, including all 24 cities within our county, are all eligible to accept funds. In total, we're eligible as a county, all 24 cities and ourselves, for $368 million. So one of the things that Barry and I have talked about, and Barry's talked about with his counterparts, both internally to the cities within the county, but also our counterparts outside the county with the other counties that are around us and around the state, is what opportunities there may be to collaborate together and have joint programs, so that we don't have multiple programs trying to accomplish the same mission that may be crossing over each other and ultimately confusing our constituents.
Well, and that leads right into my second question about whether this was countywide or all cities were getting, and this is countywide goals or unincorporated goals, or so that.
So, yeah, we're getting our separate allocation. Each city receives a separate allocation, either through the state or directly, dependent upon their size.
Okay. And so I know we're asking questions ahead of what you're ready to answer, so I appreciate that. But I certainly, for one, don't want it to be 2024 when we're obligating these funds, when it's supposed to be recovery from a recession. So the sooner the better.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Do I have a motion for approval? We already do. Who was that again? Thank you.
Gerard and Long.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 15.
Item 15 is approval and issuance of certificate of public convenience and necessity to John Hopkins All Children's for MedTrans Florida for helicopter ambulance service.
Move approval by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Seal. It's also authorizing me to sign the certificates. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 16 under Business Technology Services.
This is a contract with Insight Public Sector to purchase business technology products such as software, hardware, and related services, and they're piggybacking a County of Fairfield contract.
Any questions? Move by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 17.
This is you sitting as your Emergency Medical Services Authority, issue certificates of public convenience and necessary for wheelchair, stretcher van transport services. 15 firms on the attached list, they completed the renewal and meet the requirements. 7 of the 15 firms apply for both wheelchair and stretcher van services.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Gerard. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 18, Human Resources.
This is to increase the upset limit to the agreement with United Healthcare. This is for our employee assistance and our managed behavioral health program. This will take us out through the end of the year, and it's due to the utilization.
Commissioner Peters on the motion, second by Commissioner Long. Any questions on this item? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 19, County Attorney.
Under item number 19, I'm recommending that you approve staff's recommendation on the proposed settlement as set forth in the confidential memo.
Commissioner Peters on the motion, Commissioner Long on the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 20.
Nothing to add on item number 20.
Any questions for County Attorney? Okay, County Administrator reports.
Couple items. First, on a lighter note, I'd like to introduce Chris Spahn, who is our ICMA fellow that's joining us. So Chris, he comes to us where he used to actually teach in Chicago and St. Louis, but then he saw the light and went back and got his MPA from Syracuse University. He actually did his capstone project on CARES Act funding and utilization. And so now he's doing a rotational through ICMA our fellowship program. He was selected as part of that competitive selection process. He's here with us for a year. He's going to be rotating through a number of departments, learning different aspects about county government.
Awesome.
So we wanted to welcome Chris.
Congratulations and welcome. Good to have you.
I'm sorry. A couple other things. The other thing is, you saw our most recent report. Our 7-day average is 44 cases a day. And luckily, our percent positivity is held at 2.3%. What we also were informed, though, is that the state is shutting down their data site. That is where our data links to, and so we will have to shut down our dashboard as well. And so we can provide, I can have Dr. Cho give us manual reports, but that'll have to be periodically, and probably more so if we see things change. But we integrated it to where we had real-time information, and the state is shutting that down. The other item that I wanted to bring up was, the issue that David Waddell brought up, with the property. I don't want to repeat history because everybody says we should have bought every piece of property on January 1st of 2020, the day that we began collecting the Penny for Pinellas funds. But if you recall back, we did an assessment of all of the 50-plus properties that is on our wish list, and things that we would like to do. But we needed a objective process to make a determination on where we provided funds. There are many other projects on there, and as we get constantly, asked that every time there's a property come open that we, would be requested to purchase it. In that particular case, it ranked not at the top, certainly not at the top of the list, but it was on our list, and it would have provided access over in that area where there's not a lot of access, but it's also not in a real convenient area to get to from an access standpoint. A purchaser did purchase the property. We actually did an appraisal on the property, and we did make an offer because based upon that appraisal to purchase the property from that person. They declined. They wanted to develop it. So now, we're out from, because it's not a property purchase acquisition, we're simply a regulator, and they'll have to go through all of our regulatory processes as part of a development permit. And so just for clarifications, that's how that come about. And David, I'm sure you're listening. We've had a lot of discussions, and that kind of gives you a little brief history on kind of how that one occurred, and you also are well aware of some others. Then the last piece I wanted to bring up is with the raise, and we've kind of watched this play out. I wanted to bring this up because the city of St. Petersburg and the county were going to partner to look at the financial aspects of whether or not we could keep, the Tampa Bay Rays here, build a new stadium. That feasibility study was a financial feasibility study. There was always a component piece that was going to have to be settled at the end, and that is the redevelopment of the Tropicana Field site and how this would fit in or not fit in, or what the different pieces of that as a financial piece of the package would end up. But there was a lot of work to do there. Looking at other major league teams, we've got a real curveball with looking at a part-time team, a split season proposal, and what the economic impact of that is, along with what the request is. Because, and I've talked to the mayor extensively on this, he feels as though because of the lawsuit that's outstanding, that because he's a party to the use agreement, that he can't move forward. I've looked at this, I've thought about this, and I've kind of went back and forth because there's so many pieces that is integral to the city and what they've worked on over the years. I still think there's value in us going forward with the consultant and looking at some of these financial aspects. We can clarify a lot of issues. We can outline things. There'll be pieces that we can't. I'm not sure how far, we'll be able to get absent the city, but, and I just wanted to put it on the table for your comments and thoughts. I think it would be worth going forward. We selected Inner Circle Sports David Abrams is CEO as a joint selection process. I have the authority under the contract authority you provided to me to enter into that contract. If the commission's supportive, I'll talk to the city and I'll move forward independently. But I just wanted to put that on the table for your discussion.
Commissioner Long?
Well, you said everything except the magic number.
Well, it's about, I think it's, I know you'd ask me.
For the
that.
contract.
He had negotiated, the city had negotiated that down to about 80,000. The original amount, if it goes to a 5-month period, is about 100,000. I would contract for not to exceed, and it would cost whatever up to that amount. But it would be right around $100,000.
And so we have to, that's a piece that we have to know before we can ever be in a position to do anything else, right?
And that was always the idea. The use of Tropicana Fields is not our decision, but we're always going to be a major funder in any kind of package for the Rays, and I don't know how much. Part of that is my question is, you've asked me before, well, with a part-time stadium, how much? And I'm like, I don't have an economic impact analysis. Those are discussions that need to occur, and we need to look at other deals at a major league level to where you can have actual plans, financial analysis, and written proposals to consider long term. So this would begin to bring some of that information together.
I would be in favor of moving forward and doing that. We can't make any other decisions until we have some idea. Right?
Yes, I mean, I've been torn because without the city, it's very hard to move forward on different pieces of this. But I think there is work that we could get done.
Yeah, and the other piece of this, and I think probably everybody knows about it, but I mean, is that I think it was in their May 15th meeting, somewhere around the May 15th, the council took a position to, in resolution form, to postpone any decisions on the Trop development site until they figured out if there was even a possibility of the Rays being a piece or a part of that ultimate development. I think there's certainly a lot more questions than there are answers at this point. But I just don't know how we responsibly make any decisions without getting some of that information, because I mean, I certainly have had my share of negotiations on commercial real estate. It has nothing to do with this. This is very different and unique, and these folks have that background and that expertise that can at least begin to develop a financial model that we can consider or not. I don't, again, I just would like to be able to make a good, sound decision at the appropriate time, and that may be 6 months away, it may be a year away, it may be 2 years away. I have no idea, but we've got to start down that road or continue to be, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, in the dark as to what's going on, and all we hear about are these newspaper sound bites from time to time. So I think we need to start moving that process along. That's just my thought, and I would share Commissioner Long's comment. Commissioner Flowers or Commissioner Peters, go ahead. Did you have?
I was just concurring with you, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. Was it the mayor's position he didn't want to move forward with the consultant report at this time?
Well, the mayor was concerned, and he was trying to get word back, and I know he was in discussions with the city attorney because they're signatory to the use agreement. How those discussions actually played out, I don't know the answer to that.
No, I'm just simply talking about the consultant's contract you're talking about right now.
Right.
Moving forward on our own, if it's under 100,000, that's under his authority to operate without the council, which we read about dramatically.
Yeah, he decided that he couldn't be at the table even with this piece because of these other outstanding issues. And he said that publicly.
I guess I don't understand how that works at all. This is not about, whether they violated the use agreement or the lawsuit or any of those kind of things. It's simply about an economic study, which would be applicable whether the current owner is in place or gone tomorrow.
and frankly, he may choose to join us at the table if some of those other issues are resolved. I don't know.
And then the other is, how long would this, assuming you went forward tomorrow, we're able to execute a contract tomorrow, how long would the report take? And
4 to 5 months.
Okay. I just wonder if it's just going to be another report that in a few years after the raise we talked about, and we've read about all these other cities, and we've, it's getting to be pretty old conversation that we've had with this situation. And also, is when we do move forward to that next step of the conversation, I want to make sure that we include the fact of the increased amount in the TIF district that we did for the Tropicana site beyond the original TIF, the added one that was supposed to bring in for, putting streets and piping and all that kind of stuff in there. I want to make sure that's part of our discussion, that when they're talking about development rights, that we've been a big contributor there as well.
Yeah, and just so you know, as we looked up, the question was asked about bed tax. We also pulled up all the information associated with the TIFs, and so.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would hope that whatever dollar value under $100,000 is what this organization would still be willing to accommodate, since they were willing to go in that direction, in order for the mayor to have gotten it approved without having the council members to support. I guess one of my concerns when it comes to the financial piece is, even though it's two separate issues with the stadium, one of the major issues was the financial viability of the team and just how much money the team was worth and how much they had. And since that information is being refused because the owners of the team is not willing to release that, I don't know how much more we would be able to get, because they've already said he's not going to release it.
Yeah.
So that's my only concern about us moving forward with the study, is because other than what's already been generated and what's out there, it appears evident. I can't see him releasing that to us when he's under litigation and being sued by several other partners plus. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just saying.
Commissioner Flowers, I suspect that, to your point, that regardless of what happens to that lawsuit, they're not going to be really forthcoming with information.
On anything.
Now, we have learned, or I have learned, that I think it's the Atlanta Braves are a public institution, and so there may be some ways to find out what these teams, and I'm not saying all teams make the same, but I think it's it's a great point, and we want to make sure that our residents are treated fairly, and
Yes.
so whatever that means in the end.
Yes.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. That was very good, because I'm just contemplating in my mind just the worthiness of our time and our dollars. And I think we have tried to be as cognizant of the taxpayer dollars and going forward in any direction. I think it would give us a leg up so that whatever happens, whether it's the next mayor coming in or the lawsuit is settled or whatever, we would have some necessary information we need to have in order to move forward. I would just hope, Barry, that they would really evaluate the dollar value that they're going to charge us for this study based on the time and the amount of information that is already out there. It's not like they got to go dig it up. It's already out there.
Yeah, I can work with the firm. The amount of money, whether it's 80 or 100 or 110 or whatever. I mean, there's a handful of people out there that have negotiated these multi-million or billion-dollar deals across the country. And David Abrams is one of them. And so having that expertise is key. We're hopeful that he can work with the team and get clarity. Just since I've been here, this short time period, I've heard of proposals and ideas. We've never seen anything in writing. and beginning to get stuff down on paper, beginning to get proposals is kind of the key, because I'm sure if you're wanting a recommendation from me, you're going to want you're going to want real proposals with real financial analysis behind them. So I'm not sure how much we're going to get done. I'm really not. I hesitated. I really did. I've talked to a couple of you, and I'd said, I really didn't kind of want to jump into that, but I hate to lose, any momentum over the next 4 or 5 months. And so that being said, and others that have come forward and asked that we, get involved, and I did call the mayor, in advance of bringing this up today. I just think that hopefully we'll be at the same place we were going to be after some of these issues are resolved, which is all of us together, all three of us around a table, and trying to find if there is a solution to the stadium deal.
Commissioner Gerard?
Yeah, I just wanted to concur. I think we should go forward with it, whether the city cooperates or not. It's been, I don't even know how many years now that we've been trying to communicate through or around the city, and at least this gives us some information to be directly negotiating rather than waiting for the mayor to do something or not, as the case may be. So I think we should go for it and find out exactly where we are. I mean, my understanding is that this is really looking at deals that have been made in the last decade, maybe, about other areas, other arenas, and these people can make some assumptions about income and, TV rights and all that kind of good stuff that, we can't make. So.
Commissioner Seal.
I really have very mixed emotions about this. I concur with a lot of what Commissioner Flowers said. The data's probably out there or through, the Atlanta Braves or some of the other information. But then I concur with Commissioner Justice that we've been at it for this long. Part of me says we should decide how much we're willing to even do money-wise, and then maybe go from there, because as we were talking about the tourist development tax and how much we have in capital, and the fact that there may be other projects in Pinellas County that could yield a very large reinvestment on putting capital dollars into another asset, whatever that might be. So I'm so hesitant, because part of me would like to have this information, but then part of me goes, well, maybe we need to be thinking about investing it elsewhere and getting another viable tourist product.
And to that end, I haven't even looked at it yet, but we've got another round of projects that are coming to the TDC, which will eventually come to us for approval. So for some of those capital projects that you're talking about. So, maybe you're talking about others other than that. But.
Right, and I don't even know maybe what they all might be, but they might be big attractors, and they could be, across this county, and it might be something that we, really need to evaluate. The other part that Commissioner Justice said is that when we brought it up before, but we did increase the TIF deliberately to build streets, and yet we are not going to be able to benefit from any of that investment. And so, I don't know whether it's too late to, I believe Jewel, I'm looking at Jewel, but I'm sure it's too late for us to get a dollar in that game, but it should be part of our negotiations going forward if we decide to negotiate, because I think we were putting in, trying to remember, like $75 million more? Is that about right? Yeah. And that's nothing to cough at. So
I agree.
Maybe we need to think about some kind of comprehensive document that gives us some of this facts, and then we could make up our mind going forward. Because I don't think this needs to be decided today.
Well, right. I just wanted really concurrence with the commission. And you I've heard individually, we've talked about this a couple of times, kind of played out, and, obviously since last week, phone's been kind of burned up, and people calling. you know, and I think everybody has the same idea. The question's how you go about it. And so I don't think this interferes with any of the other things that are going on. And this will get us some of the data and information and some professional advice about how to approach building a major league stadium. I will tell you that, you know, just in our brief conversations, you know, with them, I mean, with Inner Circle, you know, they've got a lot of experience in terms of how things have changed, even over the last 5 years, especially in digital marketing and integrating the team into a city and things that they do differently than some of the older stadiums 10 years ago they didn't do as much. And so I'm interested to hearing some of this get put on paper to where it better informs you as we go forward on how to approach you know, the concept of a stadium. And then we throw a real monkey wrench in by having it be a split season, and nobody's dealt with that yet. And so we're going to have to figure that out.
Commissioner Long.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr.
Were you
Chair.
finished?
I wanted to give just a last comment, especially in light of Commissioner Seal's comments that she just made. And while I agree with her totally in the big scheme of things, I also am very conscientious and sensitive to the partnerships that we have all worked so hard to create within our county and throughout the region. And there is just no question in my mind that the Rays have been an incredible corporate partner with not only our government entities, but with all of our civic and community organizations. And I think it's worthwhile, just out of respect for all they've accomplished in our community and the reputation that they've built, to have this information before, from a public policy perspective, we can even begin to think about, you know, what is the flavor of the day, given how things are changing and the new concept with, like you said, Barry, the dual, you know, play between here and Canada. And so I just think the more information we have, the better off we're going to be. And clearly, there's a total impasse in communication with the city and the Rays. And you cannot solve any problem if you cannot keep the lines of communication open. So I'm all for gathering the information, and then we'll be in a stronger, better position to go forward. And clearly, that TIF issue is something that needs to stay on the table for, as Commissioner Seal said, further negotiations and discussion. Because everything changes, right? Nothing stays the same.
Yeah, and those dollars have not been coming to the county
Correct.
because of, you know, with well thought through positions, but.
Back then.
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, it's just a new day and a new.
And let me just ask, in the chair of the council is wanting to reach out to the Rays and have a meeting, and has asked Barry to join and me to join as the chair. Is that, I just want to make sure everybody's okay with that. I'm obviously not committing anything to, you know, anybody on this council, but I just wanted to, we want to have somebody in the room. The mayor will be invited, you know, the people that need to be around that table for those initial has nothing to do with this financial stuff that we're talking about. Right. Just trying to get a feel for what this model that they've come up with that supposedly makes sense for them. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me, but they're there ready to explain and talk. I just want to make sure that was, you know, okay if I attend those meetings on your behalf. I'm not getting no's, so, okay.
Well, just don't get in the weeds.
And just be careful.
He won't get in the weeds.
I'm flying at 20,000 feet, okay?
Okay, if you stay there, I'm good.
Leave my P card here. Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right, thank you all. Anything else?
That's all I have, Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, we are coming down to the county commission part of the meeting. And we do have the reconsideration of that Southside CRA item. So, Go ahead.
Yeah, as you all recall, I guess it was about 2 meetings ago, perhaps, you all had 3 appointments to make to the Citizen Advisory Committee for the South CRA, which is St. Petersburg's CRA. I think Commissioner Seal noted at the time that one of the individuals that you did vote to appoint is employed with Contemporary Housing Alternatives of Florida, and a question arose as to whether that would constitute a conflict. So we have had an opportunity to confer with staff with the City of St. Petersburg and confirmed that the city does in fact have 3 current contracts with CHAF that would constitute a conflict, and they do contemplate ongoing relationships with CHAF. That said, this is an advisory board which you all can decide if you want to waive that conflict and appoint that individual nonetheless. It would need to be by a 2/3 vote, so 5 out of the 7 of you. If you did wish to appoint her, and I apologize, I cannot remember her name. Now, the city would have to manage that conflict on an ongoing basis. That would not be our conflict to manage, but this would not be dissimilar to actions that you all have taken in the past with regard to appointments you have made to the Tourist Development Council, where you have decided to waive that conflict, and then, my staff would manage that conflict in conjunction with Barry's. So that is what you all have before you, is whether you wish to waive the conflict for that individual. Your other alternative would be to choose someone else or re-advertise for the position.
We have somebody else that's still available that would, if we chose not to, there's somebody else that we could appoint.
My understanding is that there was a 4th individual on there. I'd have to defer, but I think there may have been some questions about attendance with that individual.
Yeah, there was. Okay, so what, did you have anything else? Okay, yes, I think that's what he was coming up to tell us. So, do we want to consider waiving it or just removing or stepping back from that selection? I'm a little uncomfortable.
Why can't we get a new,
We can
I would prefer to do
reapply,
that.
re-advertise.
don't you think?
I think so.
Okay, so do I have a motion for that?
I move that we ask for it
Re-advertise.
to be re-advertised.
Okay. Conversation. We're going to, at this point, the motion is to re-advertise. Do you have a second? Any conversation on this? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so that's what we'll do.
Do we need a motion to remove Tracy Matter then?
I would suggest to go ahead and be clear that we do that, because you did vote to appoint her. I think the question came up after the fact, and the
Yes.
agreement was we would come back and readdress it.
Yeah, I think that's a great
Then-
point. Yeah, it was kind of implied, but probably we need to be specific.
I would move to remove, Tracy Matter because of the conflict of interest.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. All right. Now, anybody have any comments? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you. Just a few reports. The first is I was excited to step in for Commissioner Pat Gerard, who is chair of PSTA, for the Bus on Shoulder ceremony that was held. That activity has already started, so if you were interested in catching the bus and seeing how it operates, please feel free to do so. It picks up at the parking lot that's right there on 22nd Avenue North, right off of the interstate. But it was really wonderful. It got excellent news coverage, and several people were there. And of course, Secretary of Transportation Gwen was there as well. So thank you, and I'm sorry you missed it. You were on your way. Yeah, you were on your way, but it was very, very nice, and thank you for allowing me to step in your stead. The other is just an inquiry. I don't know if any of you have ever been to the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum, where it currently is, and then maybe observe the space where it will be going. But I wanted to extend that invitation I was on the phone with a representative from the Tourist Development Council, just trying to get the museum's name in with a lot of the other materials that they present when they are advertising, for tourism to come here, and that museum, since it is the only African-American museum in St. Petersburg, that museum would be on that list so that persons would know it exists and could come. And so there was an offer put out, and a representative will be attending. So I wanted to make that offer to county commissioners. If you have not been, or if you haven't been there in a while, if you would like to set aside a day and time when we could go down and visit, and you could, see the gardens and all of that stuff, and then see the drawings and whatnot for the new museum that will be built right across from the old Manhattan Casino. So.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Anybody else? Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to thank you for joining us, and also thank our staff, Mr. Schofield and his team, and our partners at the City of Tarpon Springs, as we unveiled another historic marker last week in the Historic District. They had a nice crowd. They shut down the street for the event, and just really well received, and people appreciated the county taking the lead on getting that marker done. It was very important for them, so appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Justice. That marker program continues to be really well received everywhere. And I think it's kind of fun to be increasing that presence, if you will, some of our stories that need to be told. Commissioner Gerard.
Well, unrelated to anything, I just want to say go Bolts. Hoping to see that Stanley Cup back here next year. This year.
Yeah. Anybody else? Commissioner Long.
Yes, I just wanted to make mention that we had a very informative but frightening BTS cyber security meeting a week or so ago, right, Barry? Barry was there, thankfully. And so lots and lots of information, very technical stuff. But I'm very proud of our IT folks and how they handled their business down there. Secondly, I guess you all know by now that the governor vetoed the appropriation for T-BARDA. So stay tuned on that and how we position our region to move forward into the future in our very difficult times that we live in. So that's the end of my report, because the rest of my boards and PSTA meets tomorrow? No, next week. Okay.
Yeah, next week. And I just had a couple things in the spirit of everything opening back up. Many of our chambers are starting to meet again, and many of our chambers are starting to do ribbon cuttings. And I was able to go to one at 8 o'clock this morning for the 15th Kawa Coffee location, and on County Road 1 in Dunedin. And the owners were there, and just as excited about their 15th child as they were about their first child, they assured me, and had Senator Hooper and Bill Arakis' office was there, and Mayor was going to be there, and so it was a good turnout, lots of people, but just a lot of excitement to have ribbon cuttings again for our business community. And the last thing I had was just that I'd gotten a call from Congressman Bill Arakis saying that the Dunedin Causeway actually passed muster and got an $8 million commitment for design of the bridge. So this effort that just went on recently, where they had to quickly put some projects together in that size range, that one was put together as, I think at the end of the day, Congressman Bill Arakis needed some help, and guess who came to the rescue? Congressman Christ. So they both provided some of their funding to make that project happen. So I don't know what the split was, it really doesn't matter, but they were both of them were critical to getting that done. There was 2,383 requests made for those dollars, not just around the country, and 62% made it in. The Causeway was one of 3 that had bipartisan support. So just...
Hey, but we don't have the check yet.
Well, we don't have the check yet. I'm not going to get, listen, I want to leave this meeting with a little excitement. Don't put a damper on it.
No, I'm not, but it means that we all have a little bit more work to do.
Oh, we
that's
have a
all.
lot more work to do.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
there's other projects still that we're working on, and I know that I'm waiting for a call from Congressman Christ on a couple of other things too. But anyway, it was good news, and you got to get it fully designed if you're ever going to hope to get money to build it. So that was good news. Any final comments before we close shop for the day? All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.